1111. Good morning, everyone. Before I officially call our case, let me just make sure everybody can hear me. If you all can, just give me a thumbs up. All right, great. Now calling proceeding number 25A-0155CP. This concerns Shuttle Red Rock LLC's application for a certificate of public convenience and necessity to operate as a common carrier. This matter was scheduled for an evidentiary hearing on the merits of this application by decision number R25-0523-I, issued on July 17th, 2025. My name is Melody Mirbaba, and I am the administrative law judge who is assigned to decide this case. I want to let everybody know that consistent with commission practice, we are webcasting this hearing. It's being webcast live, both the video and the audio, and it is being recorded. The recording will also remain on the commission's website for a period of time. To ensure that we get a clear record, I'm just going to ask everybody to keep your microphones muted until it's your turn to speak. And so with that, let's find out who we have here today. I want to find out who is appearing on behalf of the applicant, who is Shuttle Red Rocks LLC, who I will refer to in the hearing as either the applicant or Shuttle Red Rocks.
Good morning, Your Honor. My name is Victor Dukulevsky, and I'm representing the applicant in this matter.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
And for Mountain Star Transportation LLC, who I'll refer to as Mountain Star, and Epic Charter LLC, who I'll refer to as Epic. If I refer to both of them together, it'll just be the interveners.
Good morning, Your Honor. Thank you so much. My name is Roman Lysenko, and I represent interveners.
Okay. Before we start the evidentiary portion of the hearing, I just want to go over a few things with you. Just let you know, to start, we'll take a morning recess around 10:30. We will take lunch around noon, and if we are still going, we'll take an afternoon break around 3 o'clock. I'm anticipating that we should have no problem getting this hearing done today. We will stop the hearing around 5 if we have to go over a little bit. That's fine as well. I am wondering if the parties have reached any agreements that I need to be aware of before we get started, and that would be including whether you all have agreed that your exhibits should be admitted into evidence. Let me start with the applicant.
As far as I know, we haven't communicated on anything. We haven't agreed on anything with Mr. Lysenko.
Okay. Mr. Lysenko, I'm sure you'll correct him if that's not right.
Yes, that is correct. So we did not connect.
Okay. Are there any other issues that I need to address before we start the hearings? Any issues anybody wants to raise?
Not on my end.
Your Honor, I would like to address one unplementary kind of portion of this hearing. The exhibits that the applicant submitted, he kind of withheld it until the last minute. So he actually, at the first, he just submitted 1 or 2 exhibits, and then last minute he submitted all 12 or additional, like 14, wherever, which been dated before and could have been submitted before. Again, I'm not trying to object on those exhibits. I just want to let you know that I would ask for the rebuttal so I can just present some of the exhibits in response to that.
Well, let me ask you this. Do you have any exhibits that you would want to offer that you were unable to file and disclose because his exhibits weren't disclosed until the same time you disclosed yours?
Yes, if you prefer that, I would, instead of doing rebuttal, yes, I can. Yes, I do have a couple exhibits that I would like to offer with my testimony because I couldn't offer them because the other ones been submitted last minute. Yes,
Yeah, okay. And so I will say I noticed this as well. And that's not how we do things. The reason I give people a second opportunity to update their exhibits is so that, applicant gets to say, here's my direct case in chief, here's the evidence I'm going to offer. And the intervener sees that and is able to then also update their exhibits as you would be able to update your exhibits based on what he is going to file. And that's why there were second rounds, but the applicant didn't really file anything on the first round, and instead pretty much everything got filed in the second round. And you took some risks when you did that. And so I am going to give the interveners some leeway on that to offer exhibits responsive to the exhibits that were filed, I think, on August 26th. And Mr. Lysenko, you can do that in whatever way you would like, but just in terms of organization wise, I don't want to have a lot of back and forth with one side presenting evidence and then the other side. I'll go through how it's going to work, but you can choose to do that through offering exhibits when the applicant presents a witness, if there is an exhibit that's appropriate to present through applicant's witness, or you can choose to do that through your own witnesses. But I am going to give you some leeway there. But in the interest of avoiding issues when the time comes up, let me ask you this. How many more exhibits do you think you would be offering for those reasons?
Probably would be another like 5 exhibits.
Okay. What I would like you to, have you already prepared those, marked
Yes.
them, and put them in box.com?
Yes, Your Honor. They all prepared and marked properly. They all in box.com.
Okay. I don't have applicant's email address on me handy. I'm sure it's in here somewhere. But what I would like you to do is let's get his email and email all of those, the ones that weren't filed, email them to him. And then that way he will have them when we take a break. He will have some time to take a look at them. And if all else, if we continue to go through lunch, we'll have a lunch hour, take a look at them. I want to avoid a situation where he sees it for the first time and now we need to take a break at that moment. So we can certainly take a few minutes before we start the evidentiary portion of the hearing, Mr. Lysenko, so you can email him that. Do you have his email address?
Just 1 second. I'm trying to pull up from the record. Just 1 second.
If you
I
maybe he could just
can type it
provide
in chat. It's reservations@limotovale.com, but I'll provide it in chat. I'm looking for the chat option over here.
Just 1 second. I'm sending right now.
Appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Lysenko.
All right. And so while we're waiting for that to come, I'll just kind of review. I put this in decision number R250444-1, but I want to go over it just with you one more time, and that's just the process and how things are going to move forward here today. Everybody is going to be allowed to offer exhibits during the hearing, but because applicant carries the burden of proof, applicant gets to present your evidence first. And so that can be in the form of testimony and or exhibits. The interveners will have the opportunity to ask questions of any witnesses that will testify on applicant's behalf. Once the applicant rests its direct case, in other words, finish presenting your evidence in support of the application, then the interveners will have the opportunity to present their direct case evidence. And that again can be through exhibits and witnesses. And then applicant will have the opportunity to ask interveners witnesses questions. But because applicant has the burden of proof, applicant gets the last word, which means that once interveners are done presenting their direct case, I will offer applicant an opportunity to present evidence in rebuttal to the evidence that the interveners present. And what that is it's got to be limited to evidence that the interveners present. It's not going to be an opportunity to start all over your entire case. You aren't required to do this. It is entirely your choice whether you think it's going to be necessary. Also, I'll just advise that throughout the hearing, there's a chance I might have questions for your witnesses. If I do, I will let you know, and I will ask questions after the opposing party finishes asking their questions. So it will go direct, the direct case questions first. The opposing party will ask questions. I will ask questions, and then it'll go back to the person who presented the witness who can ask questions and follow up to both the cross-examination and my questions. Does that make sense? Do you guys have any questions about that process?
No, all good. Makes sense.
Okay. All right.
No.
Have those exhibits been emailed and received yet?
Just to confirm, Mr. Duklevsky, could you just repeat the email just to make sure I send it to the right email?
Yes, so it's reservations@limotovale.com.
And 2 is TO, right? It's not number 2.
Correct. Yes, TO.
I just sent it.
Perfect.
I think it would be helpful just so I get that confirmation that you've received it before
Yeah,
we
as soon
start
as I
the
do, I
evidence.
will
Yeah, so
we'll
just
confirm.
we'll just be on hold here for a minute until you confirm that. But I guess I'll just say, is there anything else you all want me to address before we get started? Any other questions?
Maybe just one. I was wondering if these exhibits that are going to be presented right now, um, are they only an answer to the exhibits that I have provided, or can they be presented in the case that will be presented by the intervener?
He will be able to present it himself, and he can present it through
Correct.
your witnesses if he wants. He can present it however he wants to. He doesn't, unlike you, he doesn't get to do rebuttal. He doesn't get the last word. So when he
Understood.
gets his chance to present his evidence, he really has to present it all. And because you did not disclose the majority of your exhibits
On time.
on the first deadline, he didn't have the opportunity to look at those and collect exhibits that would respond to those for the second deadline.
Correct.
Um,
Yeah.
so that's why he's going to get this leeway.
No, I completely understand that, and I accept that relief being granted. I just was wondering if um, these exhibits are only going to be presented as a response, or could they be built in their case when they present their own case? But I understood. Thank you.
Yeah, they get to present, they can present any evidence that's relevant, really.
Okay,
And it doesn't need to just be in response to the evidence that you present.
understood. I have received 6 attachments. Is that all, Mr. Lysenko?
Yes, it is.
Perfect.
Okay. So with that, why don't we get started with the evidentiary portion of the hearing? And I will turn to the applicant. I am just remembering your witness list. Are you your only witness? Yes?
I am the only one, correct?
Okay,
Yes.
all right.
Yes.
So just to make it official, you may call your first witness.
Your Honor, I
And
call myself as the first witness in this hearing, Victor Dukulevsky, part owner of Limo to Vail.
okay, all right. I'm going to need to swear you in. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will give in this case will be the truth?
I do.
Okay, you can go ahead and put your hand down.
Thank
State
you.
and spell your name.
My name is Victor Dukulevsky, VIKTOR DOKULEVSKI.
All right, before you start your testimony, I want to give you some advisement.
Thank you.
First, you're not allowed to get help from anybody during the course of your testimony, and you are not allowed to read or review any document to assist you with your testimony unless I ask you to do so, the intervener asks you to do so, or unless you specifically say, and now you're looking to admit an exhibit into evidence. In other words, you can't have a script in front of you that you're going to read while you testify or use anything else other than an exhibit that we're getting into evidence during the course of your testimony.
Understood.
Do you understand and agree to these advisements?
Yes.
Okay. Now, because you are, just one person and you don't have a lawyer asking you questions, your testimony is a pretty free form. I'm going to just let you start when you're ready. Tell me everything that you think I need to hear to approve your application. And then when you're done, you let me know and we'll let Mr. Lysenko ask you some questions from there.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Your Honor. Thank you for your time. Um, I would like to start this evidentiary hearing by presenting our case that we believe that the current CPCN holder service is operationally and strategically inadequate to serve the need of the public. The evidence presented in this case will be the exhibits that I have submitted, uh, part of which are the intervener's own statements. I will be focusing on the fact that while while the intervener does provide services, they seem to be deemed inadequate or insufficient by the general public, and this will include several elected officials, journalists, and just community organizers that deem these services to be inadequate. So, if I may, I would like to proceed with starting the first exhibit. But before that, I want to acknowledge that the CPCN application is subject to a regulated monopoly to the regulated monopoly doctrine. However, the regulated monopoly doctrine does require that the certificate holders or the company that is interfering in these hearings, intervening in these hearings, to have safe, reliable, and economical service provided to the customers as one of their requirements, as stated in the Yellow Cab Co-op versus the Public Utilities Commission. One of the focuses of the regulated monopoly doctrine is that it protects companies that will provide these services while remaining safe, reliable, and economical. I would like to proceed with Exhibit 100, if that's okay, if I may open it and reference it. I believe you're muted. Apologies.
We do have somebody, a legal assistant, who is with us. April, are you with us here today? And
Yes,
she's gonna, sorry, I didn't hear.
It's April, yes.
Hi, April. Thank you. So throughout the course of the hearing, when we need exhibits pull up, you refer to them by the number, and she will get those open and on the screen. And so I
Appreciate
was
that.
just looking at some of your exhibits because I was looking at this very first one, and it's not marked. There's no number on it. There's supposed to be a number on it. That was part of what was required. And what that means is that we're going to have a messed up record. And
I thought that the naming convention would be the numbering convention.
no. Look at it this way. If I were to print this out and I couldn't do things electronically, I would have no way of knowing what this is. There's no number physically on the document itself.
That is
So,
correct.
and my instructions, attachment B to the first decision I said says applicant must physically mark its exhibits. I even gave an example of what it should look like. So is that how you handled all of your exhibits, 100 through 113?
That is correct. They will not be marked.
Okay.
I marked them in the naming convention as the Exhibit B, noted that the naming should be exhibit, I believe exhibit, and then the number. But I did not understand that I need to edit these documents and have a cover page.
You don't need a cover page. They just literally have to have the number, the hearing exhibit numbers on them so that one could look at the document and know what exhibit we're actually
I
working
understand
with.
that. I
So,
understand that.
here's what we're going to do. Based on what I'm seeing in terms of the witnesses and all that, I don't think we're going to have a hard time finishing this hearing. I think we've got a little bit of time. What I'm going to do is we'll take a 15-minute recess. And during that time, I want you to get your exhibits. Do you know how to mark them in PDF documents? Do you know how to edit a PDF to mark
Most
it as a
certainly,
hearing
yes.
exhibit?
Yes.
Okay. You
Should I
don't
mark
have
it as a
that
cover
many.
page or as a footer, or how specifically should I use the markings?
So, for example, I think for me, where I am always looking for the exhibit number is in the top right corner of the document. So there's
Understood.
usually enough white space up there to put the exhibit number. And I normally prefer for it to be on every page, but it's really not necessary. If you just put the exhibit number on the first page of each document, and then go ahead and upload those into your box.com folder. I'm going to give you 15 minutes to do that. And then let's see, it's about 9:20 right now. We'll be in recess until I'll give you 20 minutes till 9:40.
Okay.
This will probably go ahead and serve as our morning recess unless somebody has an urgent need a little bit later in the morning. So go ahead and do that to all of your exhibits, get them marked and get them uploaded. And Mr. Lysenko, I know you've done hearings before, but if you have a similar issue, take this opportunity to do the same with your exhibits, and whatever else you might need to accomplish.
Got it. Thank
Okay.
you.
All right, we will be in recess until what did I say, 9:40. By the way, I do want to remind you all, the webcast and the recording is going to continue during our recess. So unless you want to be, streamed online, dinking around your office, I would recommend you mute your microphone and you just turn off your camera during the recess. All right, we will be in recess until 9:40. Okay, we'll officially go back on the record. Let me just
Thank
check
you.
in with the applicant. Did you get your exhibits marked and uploaded into box.com?
I did, yes.
Okay, and did you remove the ones that were not marked?
I did, yeah. Let me just make sure, but yes.
Just so that
Yes.
we don't get confused on which ones that need to be open, just check that and then we can get back. Let me know when you've done that.
Yes, I have deleted everything that's not
Okay.
marked.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. So I'm not going to re-swear you. You're still under oath. I'll allow you to go ahead
Thank
and
you.
continue. And I think where we left off, you wanted to pull up hearing exhibit 100. So our legal assistant, April, will do that momentarily as soon as she's able to see it.
Thank you.
Sometimes it takes a few minutes after you've uploaded it for her to see it on her end.
I apologize for the inconvenience.
Okay. It looks like it's on the screen and it is marked. So you
The page
may
numbering is
proceed.
at the bottom in the footer. Just wanted to note that.
Okay. You can go ahead and proceed.
Perfect, thank you. So in bringing this exhibit, I want to make the point that the intervener does not provide a daytime shuttle to Red Rocks, and Red Rocks Park, State Park, is open to recreation from sunset to sunrise to sunset. So not having a public shuttle option while holding the certificate does create an issue for the public. It is in and of itself inadequate to not provide services for the duration of the park being open. I do believe that providing services during the day for thousands and maybe even reaching to millions at this point of daily visitors would be good service for the public. And I do believe that this proves strategic inadequacy as the apologies, as the intervener themselves have chosen not to run a daytime shuttle rather than it not being demanded. There is further proof in my evidence that there is demand for daily shuttle and that it is not being addressed. It is recognized by several public officials as well as community members. We can see here on all three pages that the pickup is prior to doors time, meaning doors for the show and not for opening Red Rock. So this is a screenshot provided by the intervener themselves, and it does prove that there are no options to book a daytime shuttle. And if we can go to the bottom of the page, we can see the navigation bar to the bottom of the fourth page, just the last one, the third. This is the navigation bar. It does not notate anywhere. It actually advertises a limo rather than it providing a daytime shuttle. And with that,
Okay, so let me just stop you here, just for
yes,
efficiency's sake. Whenever we're pulling up an exhibit and you start talking about it, for it to have any meaning at all, I have to understand what is it? Where did you get it from? What is the
sure,
source of this information? When did you get it? And
yeah,
then you can move to admit the exhibit, and then it becomes evidence. It's not evidence yet. At this point, you're just talking about it. And honestly, I still don't even know what it is. I don't know where you
okay,
got it from. There has to be that information so that there is some way for me to determine that it's a reliable document. So why don't you,
apologies.
let's take a step back. What is it? What is hearing exhibit 100?
Apologies. I may not have been clear when I said that this was uploaded by the interveners themselves towards the application. As I said previously, this is a screenshot of the website of the interveners services, Shuttle Red Rocks.
I
This
thought, okay, hold on. Isn't your company Shuttle Red Rocks?
Our company is called Shuttle Red Rocks. The branding for Mr. Lysenko seems to be Shuttle Red Rocks.
Okay.
Yeah.
So this is not
Their
your company's.
companies.
website.
No, it is not.
So how do you know that this is one of intervener's websites?
It was submitted by the intervener themselves as evidence into our application through the PUC. Through the PUC website, it was submitted on when they first intervened as Exhibit C as part of their intervention by right.
All right, hold on a second. Okay, I do see that Mountain Star Transportation does do business as Red Rock's shuttle. Okay, so let me ask you this. Do you request that this exhibit be entered into evidence?
Yes,
Okay.
I would like to request this exhibit to be entered into evidence.
Okay, and so as I will with all the exhibits, I will offer Mr. Lysenko an opportunity to give me a legal objection or not to the admission into evidence of this exhibit.
Your Honor, I want the applicant to present his case, so I'm not going to be objecting on the basis of lack of foundation and stuff like that. So there is no objections, Your Honor, whatsoever.
Okay, hearing exhibit 100 is admitted into evidence. Okay, so you can
Thank you.
go ahead and continue explaining this exhibit and why you think it's important.
Okay, should I start from the beginning or?
No, you don't
Okay.
need to repeat anything. If
Okay.
you think you've explained appropriately enough and you want to move on, you can move on. I interrupted you, and so I just want to make sure that I didn't cut you off from saying anything that you wanted to say more about this exhibit.
Understood. No, I'll just summarize briefly in one sentence just to make sure that I have said everything. I believe that since the operation of Red Rocks State Park is sunrise to sunset every day, I believe that this screenshot of the website provided by the intervener themselves proves that they do not provide a daytime shuttle service to Red Rocks. I believe that in and of itself does not serve the public, and it is inadequacy because the current certificate holder does not provide services when the public needs them. There are hundreds of thousands and maybe over 1 million visitors for recreation, hiking, yoga on the rocks. There are events throughout the fall that are during the day, and currently there is no reliable public option to get to Red Rocks, and people have to rely on expensive options like driving themselves or getting rideshare. And I believe that is all for this exhibit.
All right, you can continue.
Thank you. I would like to proceed to Exhibit 101, which is the intervener's filing to intervene in our temporary authority filing. This exhibit was obtained from the Colorado PUC e-filing system. This is the intervener's own filing to stop us from obtaining the CPCN. It was downloaded from the website and notated as necessary, so I would like to present this into evidence.
Just for clarity's sake, there was a little bit of an anomaly here because the intervener filed an intervention and then like 40 minutes later filed a corrected notice of intervention. And when you look at them, just at least on their first page, they look the same. There's nothing about the name of it that's any different. So which one is this?
This will be the corrected intervention.
Okay. So this is the corrected notice of intervention. That's at least how it's titled in our e-filing system that was filed April 15th, 2025 at 3:37 p.m. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. All right. Are there any
And
objections
this
to the
this is
admission?
specifically for the temporary authority application, not the permanent one. Just want to make note of that. Which was subsequently denied. It's just there is some information that I would like to reference that is here in this file.
Okay, so in looking at this, I think I probably misunderstood because Hold on a second. Okay, so it has a different case number on it. So
Correct.
I think you need to give me a little bit more background. Clearly, I was mistaken. This is not either the intervention or the corrected notice of intervention that was filed in this case. So
Not in this exact case. This was the corrected notice of intervention filed um, in the temporary authority case that was that we filed. We filed the permanent authority and the temporary authority at the same time as advised by the PUC, just to make sure we can start operating as soon as possible to meet the public need. This was part of the temporary authority filing, and it's not part of the permanent authority filing. This specific reference that I want to go to. So just wanted to make sure that I will submit this. This is the corrected notice of intervention filed by the interveners. And as it was not part of the case, that's why I wanted to present it as evidence, because it comes from another docket.
okay, thank you. Any objection to the admission into evidence of hearing exhibit 101?
No, Your Honor.
Hearing exhibit 101 is admitted into evidence.
Thank you. If we can scroll down to section, I believe it was 5. Correct. So I want to focus in making my case of the operational inadequacy of the intervener on their statement in section number 5. So I'm going to quote as it says on the document: interveners are ready, willing, and able to serve additional passengers seeking services that the applicant proposes to provide. Interveners are not close to operating at full capacity. They have the capacity to transport 371 passengers at the same time, but on a regular day, they transport only 30 to 40. Interveners don't operate at full capacity at this time, but are ready, willing, and able to purchase or lease more buses if needed and set up more pickup locations if needed. So I want to focus on this statement, and I pulled it from the document that contains it, because I believe this proves operational inadequacy on the side of the intervener. They currently, by their own statement, only are able to fill 30 to 40% of their capacity, yet they say they're willing and able to purchase or lease more buses, but that does not appear to be the problem. There are over 1.5 million people that go to Red Rocks. Many community members, many local officials have identified the need for further options. It seems that the operational inadequacy that I want to focus on over here is the public outreach, the affordability, and their ability to fill their capacity. If the intervener only operates at 10%, that is further case that we need more options. They don't seem to be able to fulfill their capacity, yet they're the sole holder. So what that creates is the public is unaware of the current services being provided, of the current options, and as such, the public is unable to get safely, reliably, and economically to Red Rocks, which are one of the core values of the regulated monopoly doctrine, that the service be safe, reliable, and economical, meaning affordable. So by creating the regulated monopoly, the intervener seems to capture the need that they can satisfy, but they have not. Part of the operations of a business is for them to outreach to the community, for them to make programs where the community can be included, where the locals can see this service as part of the solutions and not just a service from a for-profit company. And I understand that every company, that every CPCN holder, not every, but many CPCN holders are for-profit company, and I don't have an issue with the intervener making profit. My issue is, however, that cornering the market and still not being able to fulfill your capacity is sign of operational inadequacy. And there are many forms that a service can be inadequate. I believe one of those forms is just not being visible. Visibility is part of today's world. There are many options to get to Red Rocks. We are all aware that you can drive, you can take rideshare, you can hire a limo, you can hire a party bus, you can use the intervener service. However, to serve the public adequately, this a shuttle service that holds the protections of a CPCN, but also the responsibilities of a CPCN certificate, has to go out of their way to reach the public, to be a service that the public considers public transit, that the public considers an affordable and easy option to get somewhere. So I believe that if this is the case and the intervener only operates at 10%, while there is surging demand on rideshare apps, while council members, city council members, commissioners, journalists are all identifying the problem as there's no way to get to Red Rocks without driving, I believe that's operational inadequacy in and of itself. I believe that's all I have to say about this exhibit.
You
May I
continue.
proceed? Okay.
Yes.
I would like to proceed to, and I'm going to reference the list, to Exhibit 102, that is the Jefferson County Commissioners meeting from December 12th, 2023. I pulled this exhibit just because I want to reference a report that's at the bottom of the document on the last page by Commissioner Kerr. Here it is. So this is I only pulled this up because I want to reference this service that the Jefferson County and the City of Denver have tried to establish because they have identified the inadequate options that currently exist to provide transportation.
Before you talk much about the substance of this exhibit, tell me what it is. Where did you get it? How did you get it? How do you know what it is?
Okay. This is a report by commission. This exhibit is a summary of the meeting from December 12th in 2023 for the Jefferson County Commissioners Board. In it, Commissioner Kerr reports on their activities prior to this meeting, and I just wanted to reference the report by Commissioner Kerr. So that's why I obtained the summary from the website of the Jefferson County Commissioners meetings, and just pulled the summary, as the only thing I will be referencing is the report by Commissioner Kerr. I would like to admit this exhibit into evidence. I'm unable to hear you. I'm sorry.
Sorry, I have a physical mute button I forgot to unpress. Any objection to the admission into evidence of hearing exhibit 102?
Oh, Your Honor.
Hearing exhibit 102 is admitted into evidence.
Thank you very much. So in this exhibit, Commissioner Kerr reports to the Commission's board that he has met with Denver's council member Watson in their effort to create a shuttle service that will bring Denver locals to Red Rocks and potentially Morrison and Golden. This is specifically targeted at employees and recreational visitors and the community. The the city and the parks seem to be in apologies, my mind is blocking. The city and the parks seem to agree with the need to provide such service. I would like to reference this service because this service is going to have a trial run on September 20th of this year, in which they will run a daytime shuttle from the end of the W line in Golden to Red Rocks for the whole day to try and satisfy the need for recreational hiking and daytime shuttle services. I have selected this quote over here because it specifically mentions Council Member Darrell Watson. Darrell Watson is the council member for District Number 9 in Denver. District Number 9 is a host of one of the interveners' pickup locations, and the council member seems to believe that the current options for transportation to Red Rocks are inadequate or insufficient, and as such, they have created a pilot program that will cost the city millions of dollars, and they're working hard on providing services to improve our environment, to improve the safety of the city. Yet even the council member that hosts one of the stops that the intervener picks up at does not seem to identify their service as a solution to the transportation issues. And there's further evidence down in my exhibit list that will prove that Daryl Watson does not consider the current options to be sufficient. In one of the articles, Councilmember Watson has said that the community members are reeling for a way to get to Red Rocks without driving. I believe that proves that the current services provided by the CPCN and any others that provide private transportation are either too expensive or unavailable during the day, as I mentioned before, to satisfy the public need, and as such can be deemed as inadequate for a public convenience and necessity certificate holder. That is all I have to say for this exhibit.
Okay, so you mentioned a lot of things that I don't know if everything that you just talked about is in this document. You talked about a pilot program. Is that something separate from this document?
It is mentioned further down. It is not necessarily separate. The press conference on December 12th, 2023, the meeting on December 12th, 2023 is when this project started. The pilot program is happening today because of bureaucracy, but this project started in December 2023.
I don't know what the project is, though.
A pilot program to run a daytime shuttle from the end of the W line to Red Rocks Amphitheater for the whole day from the city of county of Denver.
Okay, so that looks like a light rail, like RTD light rail. Is that what you're
RTD
referring?
light rail, correct. RTD light rail runs through Golden, and from Golden to Red Rocks, they're going to run a daytime shuttle because currently to their statements, there are currently no options to get to Red Rocks during the day.
Okay. All right, if you're done with this exhibit, we can go ahead and take it down.
I am. Thank you.
And
I would like to proceed to our
hold on, Mr. Lysenko has something.
Apologies.
Your Honor, I just realized like once the Victor Duplesky, first of all, he offered into evidence, but then once he scrolled down, I realized that the document is incomplete. Can you just pull up that, if it's possible, the exhibit 102, just to see, I believe the document is cuts the half of the kind of page, which is incomplete document. That may be a problem with admissibility.
I was looking at it and saw that as well. So I'll just make it clear in the record. In some places, part of a letter or it's like part of a letter in a word is edged out of the far right, on the far right in some of the paragraphs. So, for example, we're looking
I would be happy to provide the website. This is how it appears on their website. I don't have the ability to change their website, especially not to present it as evidence. But I do have the link, and I'm happy to provide the link, and you can both witness that the document appears to be missing the line of G in meeting and some words at the end. And
another thing is there is no date on this document. Can we scroll up and down just to see who wrote it, when, and what was it? Okay, there is December.
Correct.
Yeah, it appears to be the meeting minutes from the Jefferson County Board of County Commissioners meeting on December 12th. I don't think we can tell exactly when it was written, but meeting minutes typically are taken during a meeting and then, written up and confirmed and verified after the fact. So when they get posted on the website, it's already gone through all of that. This has already been admitted into evidence. I will say I did notice that issue with a couple of the letters getting cut off at the end of the line. I don't really think I think it's pretty easy to tell with context, like when there's a the, that we're missing the E. I don't think we're really losing much in terms of, or really anything in terms of substance.
Okay. I agree, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, we can pull that down and you can continue.
Apologies, my voice is a bit raspy, so I apologize if you cannot hear me well. I've been fighting a cold for a while. I would like to proceed to hearing Exhibit 103, which is my own Uber demand search study. These are screenshots that are dated from, and if we can pull that up, I believe 4/17 through 4/23 of this year, April 17th through April 23rd were the dates, but I'm not 24th. Apologies. And these are screenshots that I have taken from my own Uber driver app. I am myself a rideshare driver. This exhibit and each screenshot is paired with the metadata. If you can scroll down just a little bit, the metadata will show of when it was taken exactly. So I have made sure to include all the metadata so that we can reference these in our hearing as part of our study. So this research that I've done is in part to prove that apologies. This research that I've done is in part to prove the insufficient services during the day, and I would like to have it admitted into the evidence. I have created this myself, and it was created on April 25th.
Okay, before we talk about admitting it, can you just walk us through at least the first page and maybe a few pages afterwards? What is this? What are we looking at exactly? I know you've explained where you got it from, but I'm not sure exactly what we're looking at.
What we're looking at over here is the map that shows the surging demand at Red Rocks. The plus $13 is specifically how much the driver will get extra for each request. But the search pricing on Uber works if there are 4 people looking for a ride and 3 drivers. This price starts searching until one driver accepts. So this is what is caused every morning at Red Rocks throughout the whole season, from April until November, at several times during the morning, and I have chosen to take screenshots of every time that I saw it happen. The search in demand proves that there are more people looking for transportation, and there are no transportation options. So this will result 13 plus. Maybe not, but further down there, $24 and $30 plus screenshots that will result in fares from Red Rocks during the day being over $100. It is actually quite common to see the prices around 1 p.m., around 11 a.m., when most of the hikers and recreational visitors are trying to get back to the city, skyrocket to $100+. And as such, I believe that this exhibit will prove that there is currently an unmet need for daytime shuttle services that the intervener is strategically choosing not to offer. It may be because of operational issues. It may be because of monetary concerns. I just know that currently the intervener does not have a daytime shuttle that will satisfy this need.
Okay, just so that I can make a clear record here, we're looking at hearing exhibit 103, and as a sample, we'll look at the first page. And when you earlier testified that plus 13, what you were referring to is when we look at the first page of hearing exhibit 103, there are 2 maps on the screen, and you can see in those maps a red area and a plus $13. And there are a couple of other plus dollar signs on the maps as well. So what you're saying is that when you see that red and a plus, we're at a surge point where there are more requests for rides to a certain location than there are drivers in that moment to provide those rides. Am I understanding that correctly?
From a certain location, I would say. So
Right.
it means that there are more people requesting rides than drivers at Red Rocks at that moment. So it basically incentivizes drivers that are nearby to drive there and pick up, which I also believe is inefficient because it creates more pollution and congestion in and of itself. But that is an issue with Uber, not necessarily the intervener. So as it stands right now, this document will further prove that at peak times during the day, there are search pricing, the search pricing algorithm makes it unaffordable to visit Red Rocks, essentially, unless you drive.
Okay. And it can be difficult when you're just looking at a small part of a map to tell what it is a map of. And I believe that
Correct.
you did testify to this, but I just want to get it clearly in here so I know what I'm looking at. So
Understood.
we're focused on the part of the map, at least on page 1, that says with the red and the +13. And if you scroll to the other pages, you see sort of similar looking areas as page 1. Those are all the Red Rocks area. Is that right?
Correct, yes. The area that is circled in blue is the designated pickup area for Red Rocks for Uber. That is where I don't know if you can see it behind the 13, there is a small blue line. That small blue line is the designated pickup area for Uber. So once you're in that area, you are counted as one of the transportation providers. They'll sometimes ping you when you're outside, but that area specifically is the designated area that Red Rocks has assigned to Uber to do their rideshare services.
Okay. All right. I think I understand this
And the
exhibit better.
image on the right is every image on the left is coupled by an image on the right that has the metadata that says Thursday, April 17th, 8:19, because these are all compiled screenshots. So I didn't want the intervener or anybody else to be misled that I just took screenshots on the same day. These are throughout a whole week. I chose a week because I think there is no need to go over that. I believe a week is sufficient to prove the point.
Okay. All right. Any objection to the admission into evidence of hearing exhibit 103?
Your Honor, can we scroll down, please? Just want to check if the same file with the different dates on them, if it's admissible.
I think some are different dates, some are different times on the same date.
Correct. I have tried to capture the demand during the morning hours when there's no. This one is in the afternoon at 8:21 p.m. I do not know why there is demand at 8:21 on a concert night, but it appeared, so I just took a snapshot. But once you go down, there are more dates that appear. I have taken the screenshot of every time that I saw surging demand during those days. And granted, I did not stay on the app the whole day, so I may have missed some.
Just Duplevsky not aware, Mr. Duplevsky not aware of the different dates on the same file may not be admissible. It may not be clear on the record. But yes, I don't have any objections and it's good to go.
Okay, hearing exhibit 103 is admitted into evidence. And if you're done with that, you can let us know and we can take that one down.
Yes, we can proceed with exhibit hearing 104. And 104 through 111, I want to know that they're just a screenshot from the intervener's website schedule on sold out or unavailable dates. They all show different locations and month of June and month of July. So we can go one by one, or we can just admit them all together as part of the evidence. But essentially, they show the schedule of availability that the intervener provides. That was a screenshot from their website on June 19th.
Let's just go through them one by one. So
Okay.
we're on hearing exhibit 104 right now, and this is just one page. So you said it was a screenshot from intervener, but we have two interveners, so which one are you talking about?
This is from Red Rock Shuttle
Okay.
website. This is from the website that for the evening.
All right. What day did you take the screenshot?
It's on June 19th, as we can see where it says prices for Thursday, June 19th, 2025 at 5:15 p.m. I believe that is June 19th is when I took the image. 5:15 seems to be the pickup time, but we can see in the upper right corner it's at 3:42 p.m. on June 19th that I took the photo. Correct.
I'm sorry, I'm not seeing that. Oh, there it is.
Yes, because it's a screenshot.
Okay.
It's broader than the regular
Okay,
page
okay.
size.
All right, yes, I see it. The date and time of when it was taken is sort of in the browser part of
Correct.
in the top right corner,
And I
June
and I did
19th.
not edit any of these documents just for legitimacy. So I could have made it a smaller, but I just wanted to refrain from editing anything that's taken as a screenshot. So
Okay. And so
so
this
in
is supposed to show availability and pricing for that same day?
I'm just referencing the calendar actually. The same day availability was open, but I'm referencing the calendar here that has the 30th and the 7th closed off. And if we proceed to exhibit number 105, it also shows that the 23rd, I believe 25, no 25. So apologies. 105 will show June at Union Station, I believe.
One at a time here. Let's just focus
Okay.
on this one, okay?
Okay.
If I can understand this exhibit, I'll be able to understand the others.
Understood.
So the
This is a
calendar,
screenshot of the availability for the following weeks. The calendar on the right side is when you can book a shuttle on the intervener's website for shuttle Red Rocks. This is specifically from the Improper City in Rhino location, where the intervener provides their first pickup spot for the day, I believe.
so it's for a shuttle from that location to Red Rocks. And
Correct.
am I understanding correctly that the calendar that we're seeing on the top right screen, the days that are in green are the available days and the days that are in white are booked, unavailable?
Correct.
Okay.
That is correct.
All right. Any objection to the admission into evidence of hearing exhibit 104?
No, Your Honor.
Hearing exhibit 104 is admitted into evidence.
Thank you. And I will go over my case that will apply to the 8 screenshots that I have taken, but I just want to make my case over here why this proves inadequacy, this unavailability on certain concert nights. So as I noted earlier, I believe that the CPCN holder has the privilege of being a regulated monopoly, but also has the requirements that they serve the public in a safe, reliable, and affordable way. I will focus on the fact that these dates were booked well in advance. The 23rd is only 4 days, but 30th and the 7th seem to have been booked well in advance, or the shuttle seems to have been unavailable on those dates. And this goes at every location. It's not just the Improper City. I will understand if a certain location gets booked up, but every location that I checked, which will be in the other hearing exhibits, will show that these dates are unavailable. I believe that the intervener has mentioned that they operate well below capacity, but it seems like these days were filled or booked out, or they are operationally unable to fulfill the demand. Either or, both prove inadequacy in the fact that while the Colorado Supreme Court has found that in the Yellow Cab versus Public Utilities Commission that certain number of a small number of providers may be able to provide a safer, more reliable, and more economically efficient service. It appears that this is not the case, or at least one is not a big enough number. The Supreme Court did not say only one provider can be allowed to provide a certain service. It says a small number in that case specifically. And as part of the regulated monopoly, I believe the burden of proof moves to the fact that you are able to serve the public when it's needed. And I believe the fact that these days were either blocked off because of operational inadequacy or strategic inadequacy. It was full and the intervener was not ready to provide more availability. My case is not that the intervener should have unlimited availability. I understand that is an insane case to make. It's just that the public should be served on these concert nights to the best ability. And if the intervener is unavailable to provide services, and other applicants should be allowed to provide a similar service that will not necessarily cause just a duplication, because the service was unavailable or in and of itself inadequate. Especially, and this proves the case that at least on 3 dates in July in peak season, there was no availability for the public to get to Red Rock safely, reliably, and in an economical way.
Okay. Do we want to pull this exhibit down and pull up your next one? Hearing
Yes, please.
exhibit 105, is that where we're at now?
Yes. If we can go through all of them, I will explain what they all are, and if we can have them admitted to the record. I don't believe an explanation will be needed for each and every one, because this is a screenshot from the intervener's website that was taken on June 19th at 3:42 p.m. that shows the services were unavailable on the 23rd of June and June 30th at the pickup location at Avanti. It was taken from the Red Rock Shuttle website.
Okay, so
It may be admitted into the hearing as a exhibit.
any objection to the admission into evidence of hearing exhibit 105?
No, Your Honor, but may I ask the applicant, just for a clear record, can he just say everything about the exhibit he wants to say, point it, and then the actually lay proper foundation, and then offer into the evidence? Because once the exhibit is admitted, we just keep talking about those exhibits.
Fair point.
If you don't mind.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons why I referred to the exhibit number twice, because I'll just say to the applicant, sometimes in these cases, you end up needing to get a transcript of the hearing. And when there aren't references to the exhibit number, it's very difficult to understand what you're talking about after the fact.
Okay.
So
Understood.
I agree with Mr. Lysenko there that it would be much more helpful when you're talking about an exhibit, refer to it by number when you're talking about it, so we know in the record what it is. So just for the record, he was testifying about when and how he obtained hearing exhibit 105 just now. So Mr. Lysenko, I think you said you have no objection to the admission into evidence of hearing exhibit 105. Is that right?
Yes, you are correct.
Okay. Hearing exhibit 105 is admitted, and we can take it down if you are done with
Thank you.
it.
Yes, we can move on to exhibit 106. Exhibit 106 is a screenshot of the intervener's schedule on June 19th at 3:42 p.m. That shows the availability from shuttle from Avanti Low-High to Red Rocks for the month of July in 2025. In this exhibit, it is visible that the dates June 30th and July 7th are blacked out. I would like to admit this exhibit into evidence, and that is exhibit 106.
Any objection to the admission into evidence of hearing exhibit 106?
No, Your Honor.
Hearing exhibit 106 is admitted into evidence.
Thank you. I would like to move on to exhibit number 107. Thank you. This is exhibit number 107, in which I have taken a screenshot from the intervener's scheduling website on June 19th at 3:40 p.m. This exhibit shows the availability for a round-trip shuttle to Red Rocks from Union Station for the month of July. Exhibit 107 proves that there are blacked out or unavailable dates for the month of July, and that is July 7th. And June 30th is also visible as unavailable. I would like to admit exhibit number 107 into the record.
Any objection to the admission and evidence of hearing exhibit 107?
No, Your Honor.
Hearing exhibit
Oh.
107 is admitted into evidence.
Apologies. I would like to move on to exhibit 108. Exhibit 108 also, Exhibit 108 is also a screenshot that I have taken myself on June 19th at 3:40 p.m. of the availability that the intervener's website, Red Rock Shuttle, has for round trip shuttle to Red Rocks from Union Station. This screenshot displays the month of June, in which the dates June 23rd and June 30th are unavailable or sold out. I would like to have this Exhibit 108 admitted into the filing, into the proceeding.
Any objection to the admission into evidence of hearing exhibit 108?
No, Your Honor.
Hearing exhibit 108 is admitted into evidence.
Let's move on to Exhibit 109. Exhibit 109 is a screenshot that I have taken on June 19th at 3:41 p.m. That is a screenshot of the intervener's website, Red Rock Shuttle, displaying availability from the convention center. And this screenshot displays the availability for the month of June. It appears that there are several days that are blacked out or sold out for the month of June, which are June 20th, June 21st, June 23rd, and June 30th. These dates are in white on the calendar, and they are unavailable for a round-trip shuttle to Red Rocks from the Colorado Convention Center. I would like to have Exhibit 109 admitted into the proceeding.
Okay, just to clarify something, because earlier when we talked about the very first screenshot like this, you explained that the calendar that we see on the screen, the green shows the dates in green are available and the dates in white were not available. Did I understand that correctly?
Correct, yes.
So just now when you testified, you talked about only a couple of the dates that are in white as being unavailable. Does that mean that the other dates in white were available or unavailable?
I believe they're in white because it's June 19th and the events have passed. So I believe they're
right.
just you may not book a shuttle. I don't make a claim that these dates were unavailable to the public. To my knowledge, these dates were available to the public. It's just the dates after the 19th that I'm referencing because of the date when this was taken.
Okay, that's a helpful reminder that we're only looking at the dates on that calendar from the date that you actually pulled the calendar. Okay, now that I understand that, I appreciate that. Are there any objections to the admission into evidence of hearing exhibit 109?
No, Your Honor.
Hearing exhibit 109 is admitted into evidence.
Thank you. I would like to move on to Exhibit 110, in which we continue the screenshots from the website. This was also taken on June 19th at 3:42 p.m. This is the screenshot of Exhibit 110 is the screenshot from the intervener's website, Red Rock Shuttle, displaying availability for the month of July from Red Rocks to Red Rocks from the convention center, a round trip. The dates June 30th and July 7th seem to be blacked out or unavailable, sold out. I would like to have Exhibit 110 admitted into the proceeding.
Any objection to the admission to evidence of hearing exhibit 110?
No, Your Honor.
Hearing exhibit 110 is admitted into evidence.
I'd like to move on to Exhibit 111. And 111 is a screenshot that I have taken on June 19th at 3:42 p.m. That is from the first location at Improper City to Red Rocks, a round-trip shuttle, as presented on the intervener's website, Red Rock Shuttle. In Exhibit 111, we can see that the calendar on the right has 3 days that are unavailable. That is June 20th, June 23rd, and June 30th. All of these dates, not all of these dates, but some of these dates seem to coincide with other locations, and those are the ones that I want to focus on. The dates that the intervener has sold out when only one location is sold out are not relevant to my case, so I just want to focus on June 23rd, June 30th, and July 7th in further explaining how I believe this proves inadequacy to serve the public as necessary. And if I may summarize, because we just went through all of these screenshots, I just want to summarize what my case was. Can we have Exhibit 111 admitted into the proceeding?
Sure. Any objection to the admission and evidence of hearing exhibit 111?
No, Your Honor.
Hearing Exhibit 111 is admitted into evidence.
Thank you. So on Exhibit 111, 104 through 111, I will be referencing them together because they prove that the intervener had 3 days during peak season, June 23rd, June 30th, and July 7th, which were unavailable. We do not know the case as to why these dates were unavailable. We do not have any information whether whether the whether the shuttle service was available and sold out. And as I said previously, I do not expect the intervener to never sell out. I understand that they have to have capacity and they have to run a profitable operation. And as such, they will have dates that are sold out. I just believe that as a CPCN holder, they are protected as a regulated monopoly, but they also have the burden of proving that they are sufficient, reliable, and safe, reliable, and economically efficient. I believe inability during peak season proves in and of itself that this is inadequate. This service that we provide is inadequate to serve the public need. It may their operations are very likely adequate. I don't dispute that the service that they provide themselves is not serving the public. I just believe that as presented, their service is not sufficient, and we have further proof from their own website that this service was not available. So people on June 30th, June 23rd, and July 7th were left with far more expensive options from each of their 4 locations. They could not take the shuttle from any of those 4 locations to Red Rocks and were left with far more expensive options to get to Red Rocks, while the commission and the state seems to be protecting Mr. Lysenko. They acknowledge the fact, the commission and the Supreme Court has acknowledged the fact that the commission's primary purpose is to serve the public and to serve the public and make sure that there are safe, reliable, and economically efficient options. I believe this proves that these options were not available during the short season that Red Rocks has. That is everything I have to say for these exhibits. If I may proceed, I would like to go to Exhibit 112.
You may.
Thank you. If we can open Exhibit 112, thank you.
She'll get it open as soon as she's able. Sometimes
Apologies,
it takes a minute.
I just don't know the process. I don't know if
Yeah,
I'm supposed
you're doing
to.
great.
Yeah. So this exhibit is an article in Denverite by local journalist Carl Harris that is very renowned for his coverage of the city, transportation issues, housing. He focuses on accessibility, affordability, and how the city handles growth. The headline of the article is, "Why can't you take public transportation to Red Rocks? Because it doesn't go there." This article was printed out on August 26, 2025 at 4:21 p.m. by myself, and it was on the Denverite website, which I believe is a subsidiary of the Colorado Public Radio, CPR, in short. And Kyle Harris, the journalist, is a publisher in both CPR and publishes in both CPR and Denverite. So in this article, I have selected several quotes that I don't want to misinterpret, but I will be focusing on how the public, journalists, and community leaders have found that there are no reliable options. I will be may I reference my notes over here? I don't want to mess up the quotes. Is that okay? I am unable to hear you. Apologies.
That's my fault. Sorry. I was typing and I didn't want it to overtake what you were speaking. So no, you really can't look at notes, but
Okay.
why don't we talk about the exhibit and see if the exhibit's going to get admitted, and if the quotes that you're talking about are in the exhibit, we can refer to the exhibit once it's been admitted.
Understood.
If that's what happens. So do you want the exhibit?
Yes.
Are you moving to admit it?
I would like to admit Exhibit 112 into the proceeding.
Any objections to the admission into evidence of hearing Exhibit 112?
No, Your Honor.
Hearing Exhibit 112 is admitted into evidence. So if you want to point us out to where the quotes that you want to talk about, what pages they are on this exhibit, you can do that.
Thank you.
But also realize it's now in evidence. So those quotes are in evidence. If you
So I
want to
don't need
highlight
to
them
read
by
them.
just saying where they are and what they mean, what you think they mean, that's fine. But I don't
Perfect.
need you to actually just read them to me.
Perfect. So I want to the quote from Mr. Kyle Harris that's on page 4 at the beginning, where he references the city's expenses in providing a safe and reliable. I believe it's at the top of this page. Maybe page 3. Apologies. Yes. So in this quote, in this article, Kyle Harris has noted that the city spends more than 40 million annually to cut carbon emissions, yet the city's public transit does not have a reliable way to get to 1.4 million people, and this has been revised. It was 1.8 million people last year by October 1st to the concerts, and I believe that this. This quote, in and of itself, by Carl Harris, proves the operational inadequacy of the intervener. They offer a service that journalists themselves don't see as solution to the issue of transportation to Red Rocks. Um, they they don't see it as part of the options currently. They understand that over 90% of the people that travel to Red Rocks drive their cars, and they're trying to advocate for more options. I believe this further proves my case that I mentioned in exhibit number 101 when I referenced the occupancy versus capacity that the intervener has provided us. This shows that part of operations, part of providing an adequate service is outreach, is reaching to the community, hearing feedback, listening to feedback, providing further bigger options. And I believe that if a prominent seasoned journalist who focuses on transportation does not see it as a solution to the issue, I believe that proves operational inadequacy that is recognized by an independent and um, member of the public that has influence in providing the public's perception for this. If we can continue down to Mr. Tafoya's quote, which is on apologies. It's on page 5, third paragraph. Um, I may have misinterpreted this as Mr. Tafoya's quote. It may be just Mr. Kyle Harris. Apologies, but for a park that sees millions of visitors a year, it's plain logical. He said, transit would be good for the climate, create equitable access for people who can't afford car ownership, but can pay for a bus ticket. So Mr. Tafoya is a former council member candidate, former mayoral candidate that is also a community organizer that focuses on affordability and inclusion in our city, making it more affordable for low-income communities and making the services that the city provides, such as its state park access to Red Rocks, be part of those amenities that us as locals have to benefit from. Mr. Tafoya here correctly notices that it's just logical that transit would be good for the climate and equitable access for people who can't afford car ownership. And he also doesn't mention, and I believe it's important to note that a lot of the people who drive to Red Rocks choose to do so knowing that they will be under the influence, because the current options range from hundreds of dollars to get an Uber after the show, or book a shuttle that has not made the outreach to reach these people that they are seemingly unaware of. I would like to proceed to the quote that starts at the bottom of the page right now. We know that great majority of this is Daryl. This is Council Member Daryl Watson. I referenced Mr. Watson in Exhibit 102 when I was speaking about the pilot program that will be running a daytime bus to Red Rocks. And I quote his statement here. We know that the great majority of these, over 90%, are driving, often in single occupancy cars, impacting our environment, impacting their health and their safety, said Watson. That many cars going through narrow roads through Morrison and Golden isn't safe. So what we do know is that there needs to be an alternative. Once again, here I want to focus not as much on what is said, but what is not said specifically. In Exhibit 112, uh, both community organizer Tafoya, journalist Kyle Harris, and district council member Watson, which hosts one of the pickup spots for the intervener, do not seem to identify the intervener service as providing a good alternative. The quote, "So what we do know is that there needs to be an alternative," does not even mention the alternative of a shuttle. The Once again, proving the fact that adequacy is not only proven by the fact that I can purchase more vehicles, or I can fill more, or I have capacity to fill more passengers. Adequacy in operations is proven by the fact that a person can create the outreach, reach the community, reach the members, reach the public, so that council members, journalists, community organizers don't completely disregard them in their discussions for options. There is also a quote from AEG. Um, um, I believe he's the CEO. If we can go to, let me. Yes, so it's going to be on page 10. Page 10, Strasbourg of AEG. AEG is the presenter at Red Rocks that hosts many of their shows. I wanna highlight the first paragraph and the quote given at the end. So the demand for alternative ways of getting to Red Rock, he says, is high. The private sector has met the need for years through expensive ride shares, private shuttles, and party buses. Again, not even acknowledging the intervener service in the solutions. I do not know if this is because of the cost, if this is because of operational inadequacy, as I said, of not reaching the right public and the right customers, and even apparently managers of promoters. AEG is the biggest promoter hosting shows at Red Rocks, and they seem to identify the need for alternative ways of getting to Red Rocks. His quote at the end is, "If it provided another safe way for people to get to an event, that's a massive winner." And I want to focus on the use of the word "safe" by Aegis representative Strasbourg and their council member Daryl Watson. Um, both both focus on the word "safe," and in the protections from the with the regulated monopoly. The word safety is one of the core pillars of providing that protection. It appears that community members, organizers, council members, journalists, and the broader public does not seem to identify the current options as safe. They want other safe options. So further proving that providing more availability, providing more services that may have better outreach programs, that may have more affordable prices, that may be able to reach these communities that the intervener has not been able to reach, will serve the public need and provide a safer, more reliable, and more affordable service. And that is all I have to say for Exhibit 112. If we may proceed, I would like to go to Exhibit 113. Exhibit 113 is a print article that was published on Bucket List Community Cafe, titled "Why Is It So Hard to Get to Red Rocks" by PJ Gurdy. It was published on June 12, 2025. I obtained this article on August 26, 2025 at 4:16 p.m. I would like exhibit number 113 to be admitted into the docket.
Can we just scroll down to I just want to see the website, if there's a website showing on the bottom of the page there. Okay.
Yeah.
So the website is the bucketlistcommunitycafe.com. That's where you pulled this from?
Correct.
Okay. Is there any objection to the admission into evidence of hearing exhibit 113?
No, Your Honor.
Did you say no? I think you might have had it muted before the word came out.
Sorry about that. No, Your Honor. No
Okay. Hearing exhibit 113 is admitted into evidence.
Perfect. Thank you very much. In exhibit 113, the reporter, the journalist, opens the article, but with saying, with no public transportation options available, attendees heading to Red Rocks are forced to drive or pay for private transportation. Again, the focus on this article is what they don't say, what they don't identify as a solution to the issues. This seems to be a pattern with the previous article and this one, both published in this year, so they're both recent. It's not something that was addressed and then presented as an issue. This article does acknowledge the existence of Shuttle Red Rocks and gives them the props for providing a service that is available. However, they identify it as expensive and unaffordable. If we can go to apologies. So at page 6, the first paragraph specifically mentions the intervener. So the first paragraph says that the preferred options for many tourists is the Red Rock Shuttle, which has formed a unique alliance with Union Station and the Crawford Hotel. Multiple private shuttle companies chose Union Station as a beta point to run profitable and economical tourism operations. Crawford Hotel uses Red Rock Shuttle and other third-party private transits such as Bold Limo for guests who arrive in hopes of attending a Red Rocks event. So this article further down provides mentions that these options are not cheap. Red Rock Shuttle charges $65 per person for a round trip, and Bold Limo can run up to $300 depending on the miles driven and time commuted. I believe that this article, while identifying that Red Rock Shuttle is one of the options, identifies it as insufficient or inadequate to serve the public. It's focused on the preferred option for many tourists. It's also telling that they do not see Red Rock Shuttle as an option for locals. They believe this option is far more expensive than a local driving their car to Red Rocks. This in and of itself proves that our current options are inadequate to serve the public. The fact that driving there for a local is more economical proves that they will be choosing sometimes the less safe route of drinking and driving rather than an accessible and affordable shuttle that they can take to Red Rocks. I believe that providing more options will create a more affordable service, as one of the core tenets, as mentioned in both cases actually by the Supreme Court. One of the core tenets of the protected monopoly clause that governs the issuance of CPCNs is that they provide economically, I don't have the exact quote, but economically efficient service, which community members and public organizers and government officials don't seem to see this as one of those. And that is not my claim. These are the claims that I have collected from and I have presented in these exhibits. I believe, yes, that is all the exhibits that I have to present. If I may, I would like to just summarize in short what my case is?
You may.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. So in presenting this evidence, evidence 100 through 113, I have compiled a case that proves that the current services provided for Red Rocks transportation are either inadequate, insufficient, or more often than not both. I believe that the fact that the intervener themselves has noted that they operate at 10 to 12% occupancy is proof that they're not adequately serving the public. I understand that some people may believe that that capacity proves adequacy, but that is not the case. We have many services that have proven to be obsolete, that have had the capacity to serve the public, but did not have the outreach, the community input, the feedback from local members, from organizers, from journalists, from council members. They have not taken that into account and have, as such, become obsolete. And I understand that these services are protected under the regulated monopoly doctrine. However, the regulated monopoly doctrine specifically knows that the public needs to be served with a safe, reliable, and economically efficient service. I believe that if the community itself, if the community organizers, if the uh, elected officials are looking for ways to spend millions of dollars from the state to provide a daytime shuttle, there is a need for a daytime shuttle. I believe our in our submission for this application, I have noted everything that the all of the people that have asked for a daytime shuttle and its availability. I understand that Mr. Lysenko says that he's ready, willing, and able, but while ready, willing, and able may be sufficient to satisfy this intervention, I don't believe it is sufficient to stop us from obtaining, to satisfy this hearing. I don't believe it is sufficient to satisfy the issuance of the CPCN. I believe the intervener has had several years to operate to provide a reliable service that the community deems to be adequate. As far as we can tell from statements from earlier this summer, the community does not accept these options as adequate. There are furthermore there are no daytime options that the intervener has has provided for people. There is strategic inadequacy. They may have decided that this is not profitable for them, and I completely understand that. I run a for-profit business. I understand how profit is important to your survival in a business. They may have decided that this is not profitable for them. However, the issuance of a CPCN to a separate company that is willing and able to provide this service as a shuttle service, not a tour guide, not a sightseeing, just a shuttle service, just transportation that community members have outlined is lacking, is necessary in this case. I believe that the surge demand during the day for Uber that I have presented, combined with the unavailability that I presented in exhibits 104 through 111, that the intervener had on their website, shows that there is unmet need, and that unmet need in and of itself is proof of inadequacy. If you are protected by as a regulated monopoly, it is your obligation to serve the public. Those protections don't just come without any obligations. And when part of serving the public is addressing the needs of the public, I don't believe that Mr. Lysenko and their services are not contributing to the solution. I do believe their shuttle service contributes to the solution. I do believe they provide a valuable shuttle service that transports people to Red Rocks. I just believe that there is currently an unmet need, and their operations seem to be, according to their own statements in Exhibit 100 and 101 and 10. Let me just make sure. Yes, Exhibit 101, Exhibit 101, their own statements state that they don't provide a daytime service and or they don't operate nearly at capacity. So my case is not that Mr. Lysenko is failing at the transportation part. I believe their service is valuable and contributes to the options. My statement here is that Mr. Lysenko is failing in the operational part of being a CPCN holder, the community outreach, the becoming the option for locals, becoming the option that politicians say, okay, do we really need to create a train, then a bus to get people and spend money that RTD is unwilling to spend, according to exhibit number 113? uh, ex- Apologies, exhibit number 112, RTD is unwilling to spend. Do we really not have another option? And I believe that that is answered by the fact that Mr. Lysenko has not provided. He has held this certificate for several years, has not provided daytime shuttle service to Red Rocks. My case here and the request for relief is that the commission decides to grant us the authority to provide a shuttle service in addition to Mr. Lysenko. I do not want to duplicate their services. Our goal is not to compete with them to the point where we run them out of business. We just believe that there is availability for more options and more and more safe, efficient, and economical ways to transport people to Red Rocks. As such, I believe that that both, while the intervener is protected by the regulated monopoly, I believe that they are that they're sufficiently inadequate to prove as an option for people that want to get transported to Red Rocks. And one of the core tenets in the application to prove the need for this CPCN to be granted to our company is that the current options are unavailable or inadequate. My case is that when they're available, which they are not during the day, they're inadequate to the point that community members don't recognize them as an option. And I don't want to keep on repeating myself. I believe that that is everything that I have to say for this hearing. Thank you very much for your time, Your Honor. Thank you, Mr. Lysenko.
Okay, well, now Mr. Lysenko has an opportunity to ask you questions based on the testimony and the evidence that you have offered. Mr. Lysenko, do you have any questions you want to ask?
Yes, Your Honor. And I'm sorry, I forgot to ask, and then I didn't want to interrupt an implementary portion of this hearing. If it's going to be okay to do the closing arguments instead of statement of positions. I'm not sure. We will go with whatever applicant wants to do, but I just want to see addressed, and if we can do the closing arguments after this hearing. It's not a complex hearing, only two witnesses, instead of writing long statements of position.
I think that's something I will decide when the evidence is done.
Okay.
That way I'll have a better sense of whether written closing is better versus a verbal one.
Okay.
Got it. Mr. Duplessis, can you just state what's the company name? What's your company name once again?
The company applying for the, am I muted? No, apologies. The company applying for the certificate of public convenience is called Shuttle Red Rocks LLC and is owned by Limo to Vale LLP, which is the company that I manage.
Manage, but you don't own?
I do own. I'm a part owner, correct. I'm a 50% owner, and another gentleman is a 50% owner.
Makes sense. And then why did you choose Red Rock Shuttle LLC? Or Shuttle Red Rocks name?
The name Shuttle Red Rocks?
Yeah.
It appears, so I surveyed the options. It appeared to be the one that's available, that's not used by your service. Your service goes by Red Rock Shuttle from what I was able to find. And that's when we decided. But as I have noted in our application, we're willing to change the name. I believe we even registered a trade name for Shuttle Red Rocks LLC for, I believe, Bus to Red Rocks. We understand the confusion that may be caused with the name, and we are willing and ready to do business under a different name your clients are not diverted.
Got it. And what for pickup locations did you apply for? Where did you apply?
We believe that the pickup locations were, I believe that the pickup locations were, I don't know the exact addresses, but I can
But
tell you the intersections. The
can you
intersections.
just state close to the high points, like for example, Union Station?
Yeah. So what we were looking for is the first pickup location that we wanted to serve was near Barcelona in Rhino. I believe that's 29th and Larimer Street. There is a loading zone in front of Crema Cafe. We have cleared it with the city that we are allowed to pick up at loading zones as a transportation provider. The second location that we were looking for pickup is the convention center, which I know coincides with one of your locations. And that location was at the intersection of 17th and California Street. The third pickup location was on 19th and Wynkoop, also known as the McGregor Square Plaza. That location has a loading zone directly in front of the Denver Chop House. That is where we intended to pick up our clients. And the third location was in the Lower Highlands, I believe, at the loading zone on 32nd and Tejon Street. That
And
we
why did you
intended to
choose
use.
those pickup locations?
Because of population density, density of hotels, density of ride requests. As I said previously, I have the data from Uber. I know where people are requesting rides from. There is about 20 hotels that are in the convention center and the McGregor Square location radius. And there are many local community buildings that are in Rhino and Lower Highlands area. So I chose those locations to both serve the locals and the tourists of the city.
Got it. Are you aware of us picking up at that location with the same name, similar name, picking up at exactly the same locations? Well, some of the locations 2 or 3 blocks away from the bars that we pick up in Low-High and in the Rhino district.
I honestly was not aware of your pickup locations when I applied for this CPCN. I was aware of the rrxshuttles.com pickup locations, so I tried to avoid their pickup locations. But I was not aware of all of your locations. I am aware now. You have submitted them. I understand the closeness in proximity, which I would like to note is just part of doing business. There are the downtown area in Denver frequents over 2 million people a day. There is no way we can corner such a big market to just say that I have authority to this pickup location. There's the granting of a CPCN does grant you the CPCN exclusivity, but to my understanding, the CPCN does not grant route or pickup location exclusivity. And I'm happy to be corrected if that's not the case. But as far as I understand, there are several different companies that hold the same CPCN that don't have exclusivity to pickup locations and routes.
Got it. Few questions about the how you become aware of the transportation shuttle service?
Meaning yours specifically, or?
No, just in general, shuttle service. Is your other
I have
company,
been
is it
I have
the
been in,
limousine company?
no, our other company is a brokerage. We broker transportation through
Your
third
company is
party.
brokerage?
Correct. Limo to Vail?
Yes.
Correct. Limo to Vail LLP is a brokerage. It operates on the same on the same principles as I would say as Expedia. We book transportation and then we contract regional transportation providers to provide that service.
Got it. Makes sense. Is the Red Rock shuttle, do you operate at this time or not?
No.
You're not working with any of the other broker companies?
Do I? Limo to Vail?
No, not Limativale. I'm talking about Red Rocks Shuttle Red Rocks LLC. Do you
Are we
operate
operational?
under that name?
As far as being in good standing with the state, we do not have any operations.
And you're not working with any of the brokers.
No.
So you're not providing shuttle service right now. You're not operating under that name. Am I correct?
Shuttle Red Rocks LLC is non-operational at the moment. Yes.
That makes sense. And then how many types of transportation do you know that is available to Red Rocks?
I would assume just many different types of transportation, as noted in the articles in Exhibit 112 and 113. There are private limos, private transportation providers. I know of the two shuttle companies, yourself and RRX Shuttle.com. There are private bus companies, there are limo companies, rideshare. I'm sure cabs go there. There are plenty of different options available at the moment.
Got it. Makes sense. And then you things. I just made some notes when you testified.
No problem.
1 second. Do you have a business plan?
We do have a business plan. Yes.
Got it. Have you ever contacted Epic Charter LLC, Mountain Star Transportation, or Red Rocks or Explorer Tours? We've got several companies, but have you ever contacted Intervenor?
No. I may have contacted Mountain Star in part of our operations as Limo to Vail LLP when we needed mountain transportation, as we are always looking to broaden our fleet.
Got it.
But I'm not aware. I'm speaking on behalf of the company, so I don't know if my business partner has ever contacted you for that, for transportation to the mountains. I have not specifically.
Sorry about that. And as a witness, so you've never been rejected by the current existing service provider. Am I correct?
Specify rejected.
We denied providing service to you.
I believe that exhibits 104 through 111 prove that I was rejected service if I were to book a shuttle on the 20th, let's say.
I believe you just said that you never contacted Intervenor.
I was on the website. I don't believe it is incumbent that every customer contacts a service before they book. I have booked many flights, not contacted them. Let's put it that way.
Okay. So, but you never reached out, right?
Called?
You just made the assumption that
No.
You assumed that it's not there. Am I correct?
No, I believe visiting a website is a form of reach out. And it is not an assumption.
And you made the conclusion that it's not available. Am I correct?
It is not a.
It is not no.
It is no.
Okay, let me step in here. You guys, please don't talk over each other. It makes for a record that nobody can understand what was said. And also, if you could wait, let Mr. Lysenko finish asking his question before you start answering. He may end up asking something different than what you think. And we need to get his question clearly in the record. I think you did just answer that last question. So Mr. Lysenko, I'll let you pick up where you left off.
Can we just pull up the applicant exhibit number 1? Just 1 second. Let's do 103. All right, and Mr. Dukletsky, can you just see, can you specify, is that what the driver sees? The hot spots, kind of? So
yes, this is the screen.
Okay, customer doesn't see that, right?
Correct.
Okay. Do you know what's the customer rate up here when it says plus 12, plus 13, plus 2, plus 3?
I have no way of knowing that without being at Red Rocks. No.
Got it. Is there any reasons to believe that people that use, like previously I asked you how many types of services are out there, and you said there are several. Is there any reasons to believe that the subgroup that likes to use Uber like to use shuttle and will be using your shuttle?
I believe the evidence provided in Exhibit 112 of community members and elected officials proves that there are groups that are willing and need to use the shuttle. Specifically, my shuttle, again, that is operational adequacy. I believe I will be able to reach to the appropriate customer base that will book the daily shuttle.
Got it. So just coming back, it was longer, the answer was longer than I thought that. But looking at this exhibit and saying that those people that are waiting for Ubers out there, you've no idea if they want to use shuttle. Am I correct?
I don't believe this is good argumentation. I am not a lawyer, so I don't know how to call it. We cannot survey every person that has ever traveled to Red Rocks. We can rely on statements by community members, journalists, and elected officials to represent the people, represent the public. I have no information that these people tried to book a shuttle and then were left without a shuttle because such information cannot be provided. There is the famous case that I'm from the Balkans. A lot of Serbian nationalists use the case for the Srebrenica genocide. When somebody brings up the Srebrenica genocide, they say, "Can you name every victim of the genocide?" That is not an argumentation to argument that the broader public doesn't need something or doesn't do something. I believe that I am not able to, nor do I believe you are able to provide information whether they were not. Do you think they were not looking for a shuttle?
Mr.
Okay,
Duclair,
that's not how this is going to go. You're not asking him questions. He's asking you questions. And I
Okay.
also need you to focus your answers on answering his questions. A lot of what you just said was not an answer. It was you don't agree with his argument. You have an opportunity to make your own arguments. This is the opportunity that he has to ask you questions and for you to answer those.
Was the first part of my answer not partially answering his question?
I'm going to let him decide if he thinks he needs to ask the question
No.
again or if he got what he thinks he needs.
let me just ask once again, and it's not way too argument, it's just evidentiary hearing. So let me just make it clear. Do you know if those people and that waiting for Uber out there would like to use shuttle service? It's a clear yes, no question.
I don't have an answer to this question.
Is that means no?
No, that means I do not have an answer. I believe I'm allowed not to answer questions.
No, you're not. If
I am not?
you have to answer the question, but if the answer is I don't know, then that's how you answer it rather than I don't have an answer. If you don't know what the answer is, that's what you need to say.
I do not know what the answer is to this question.
Okay. Your Honor, it's unresponsive. Mr. Duchletsky, you've been unresponsive. I'm just asking a quick question, easy question. If you know that any of those people are willing to use shuttle service or want to use shuttle service, do you know it or not?
Your Honor, am I allowed to answer? I do not know the answer to this question.
If you don't know, his question was, do you know? If you don't know, you can say you don't know.
I have said that repeatedly. I do not know the answer to this question.
I do think that's responsive, Mr. Lysenko. You asked him if he knew whether the people who would be using Uber during surge time pricing would, or even otherwise, would also want to use a shuttle. And he said he doesn't know. That's what I got out of that.
All right. And Your Honor, I apologize. Who is pulling up the exhibits? Is it, you said April?
Yes, April, our legal assistant.
April, sorry about not mentioning your name, but April, can you please pull up the exhibit 104? We're going to go through the sold out days. All right. Mr. Dukletsky, do you know what was, thank you so much, April. Do you know what was the those 2 days you focused on 3 days, if I'm correct. It was June 20th, June 30th, and July 7th, Mondays. Do you know what was it, Rajax, at that time?
If I may, it was actually June 23rd, June 30th, and July 7th.
And July 7th, yes. Thank you so much for
June
clarifying.
23rd rather than June 20th.
Yep, it was. So thank you so much. So it was Mondays. Can you tell me, please, what was it, Rajax?
I'm not aware at the moment.
Got it. And you pulled up this from redrockshuttle.com website. Am I correct?
I subsequently reached fairharbor.com, which seems to be your ticket provider, but yes.
Got it. So, but it was ticket provider was connected to the redrockshuttle.com project, which you mentioned that specifically being advertised in concert transportation. Am I correct?
Correct.
Got it. And we've got one more.
Apologies. I don't know if Red Rock Shuttle specifically advertises concert. It advertises before doors, before show, not necessarily concerts.
Makes sense. And you other things. Can we, April, can we please pull up the exhibit 112, 112? And can we scroll down, please, to the bottom? And Mr. Dukletsky, you mentioned that in this exhibit, nobody mentioned Red Rock Shuttle. Am I correct?
I believe so, yes.
Got it. And do you know who wrote this article?
Yes, Kyle Harris from the Denverite and CPR.
Okay. Do you know what information he relies on writing?
I do not.
Do you know what's this article actually aiming to what this article actually aims, let me rephrase it. Do you know if this article specifically about the Red Rock Shuttle?
About your company specifically or the service itself?
About the company.
I do not believe this article is about your company specifically.
Got it. And April, is it any way we can pull up exhibit 113, 113?
If I may add a comment to exhibit 112, if that's okay.
You may not. This is
Okay.
his opportunity to ask you questions. When he is done, I may ask you questions, and then after that, I will give you a chance to add whatever you want to in response to his questions and my questions. Now is the time for him to ask questions.
Apologies. I just believe I misinterpreted something in his questioning, but we can go on and I'll clarify it
If
later.
you need to correct an answer, you can do that. You just can't out of nowhere start talking about whatever you want to. Are you looking to
Yes.
correct one of your answers?
Yes, I believe I said journalist for Kyle Harris. I want to clarify that this is a reporting, not an opinion article.
Okay, that's fine.
All right. And in regards to Exhibit 113, do you know who wrote this article?
It appears to be written by PJ Gardy.
Okay. Do you know who is PJ Gardy?
I do not.
Do you know
I
what's
do.
his? Sorry, go ahead.
I do know that Bucket List Community Cafe is a communal website that has several contributors. I do not know his bona fides per se.
Got it. And Mr. Dukletsky, I would ask you to kind of focus and just answer a specific question that I asked.
Okay.
That's not the portion where you arguing. It's just the portion where I just ask question, you just tell yes, no, maybe.
Okay.
So just one more thing. Do you know what's PG Gardy what Godry relied on? What information he relied on when he wrote this article?
I do not know.
And then, do you, Mr. Dukletsky, did you ever go yourself to Red Rocks?
I do not understand the question.
Do
Please
you
be more
ever,
specific.
yes, do you ever visit Red Rocks? Do you ever visit?
Yes.
Right. Okay, and how often is that?
Do my best to go once a season
Once a season.
for a
And
show and several times for recreation.
got it. And what about driving? Do you drive people to Red Rocks?
Do I personally drive people to Red Rocks, or do I in my please specify the question. I have driven my parents to Red Rocks.
Okay, but you never drove customers to Red Rocks.
I have driven customers to Red Rocks.
Okay, but you said your companies don't provide service.
Correct. As I mentioned when presenting Exhibit 102 or 103, the Uber search demand, I am also a rideshare driver.
Okay, so you drove for Uber, right?
Correct. And I have driven for private companies before.
And what companies was it?
The names of the companies?
Yes, please.
I do not know them. I've driven for I believe I do not know. I don't remember.
Got it. So
The name of the operator was Janet, but I don't remember their company name.
got it. So at this time, you do not provide shuttle service to Red Rocks.
No, sir.
And you don't work for any brokers.
Do I work for any brokers? No.
What about the Red Rocks Shuttle? Shuttle Red Rocks LLC. Does it connect it with any brokers?
No.
Transportation brokers.
No, sir.
Do you own the vehicle?
Apology?
Do you own a vehicle? Do you have a car?
I do have a car.
Does Red Rock Shuttle LLC have any cars?
No.
Shuttle Red Rocks does not have any cars.
Shuttle Red Rocks LLC does not own any cars. No.
All right. Let's move on. Your Honor, I'm done with cross-examination. Thank you so much.
Thank you
Okay.
for your time.
All right, let me just see if I have any follow-up questions. Yeah, I just have two questions. You brought in some evidence earlier about I think it was in hearing exhibit 101. We do not need to pull that up about your application for, or your company's application for a temporary authority. What happened to that application?
That application was denied because of the intervention by Mr. Lysenko's company, and at the hearing, the commissioners said that they may I paraphrase what they said, or is that not allowed?
I mostly just wanted to know what the outcome of the case was.
Okay.
But if you want to tell me what you think they said, that's fine too.
No, if the question was what the outcome was, it was denied.
Yeah. Okay. And then I think there was an article, and you actually testified about it, about a pilot program. Maybe it wasn't an article. I think it was in the Jefferson County Board of Commissioners meeting minutes, hearing exhibit 102, about a pilot program to advance public transportation to Red Rocks. Do you have that exhibit is dated from a couple years ago, 2023.
Correct.
And so I'm just wondering if you have any information about what has happened with that pilot program, if anything.
The pilot program was approved. It is referenced in 112 and 113, I believe, in both articles. It is scheduled to run a trial program on the 20th of September for a single day that will provide an all-day shuttle from the end of W Line and Golden to Red Rocks. And with the ridership data they will collect, Jeffco and Councilmember Watson are looking to make this a permanent service starting in 2026, if they're able to get it approved by the cities.
What else can you tell me about the pilot program? Is it they charge for it? Is it public transportation? Is it from what locations?
The pilot program that's going to run on September 20th is going to be free. They're not going to charge anything for it. It will transport people specifically during the day, but also during the night. It will start at the end of the W line in Golden, which people seemingly are advised to take from Union Station to Golden, and then from Golden to take the shuttle to Red Rocks. And the program, as far as I know, will have a fee for transportation once it moves from a pilot to a regular program. But as far as I know, the September 20th trial will run for free.
Okay, so it's going to just go for one day. Is that just to test it out?
Correct. Yes.
So it's not an ongoing pilot program where they would run it on the regular basis and then later evaluate. Is that right?
No, I believe they're only going to test it out on September 20th and then hold other meetings. I was invited by Councilmember Watson to attend one of those meetings in the fall to see the results.
Okay. Okay,
And
those
those
are
meetings are public. Apologies, didn't mean to
no,
interrupt.
that's fine. Go ahead.
Those meetings are public and anybody can attend, and community members often speak out. Advocacy groups often speak out about the need for mostly workers. I believe Red Rocks creates about 7,000 jobs. There's currently no transportation for the workers that work there every day, all day.
Okay. All right. Well, that completes the questions that I have. And now if you want, you can provide testimony that is responsive to anything that Mr. Lysenko asked you and anything you want to add in addition in response to what I just asked you.
I just wanna note that the data that I have collected as a driver, I'm unable to see as a rider. As for the exhibits 103 through 111, I am unable to see the current rates from Red Rocks to downtown, as I need to be at Red Rocks every time I check. I was not at Red Rocks. I was relying on the data that is provided by Uber, and that data more often than not coincides with we can. I will encourage anybody to open how the Uber searching algorithm works, and it's pretty clear that it works on supply and demand. I don't have any objections to what Mr. Lysenko was asking me. I apologize if I didn't answer any of the questions correctly. It was not my intent to prolong the hearing or to not answer. I just believe that I am allowed to elaborate on my answers. Now I understand that I'm not.
You just can't start giving a speech in the middle of answering a question that's not responsive to the question. That's really what that was. My
Understand.
advisement to you was about. Okay. Is that all the evidence that you want to present as a part of your direct case?
Yes,
Okay. So as of this time, you are done presenting your direct case evidence. You rest your case. Is that right?
that is correct.
Okay. So it's 11:30. I would say let's just continue to push through at least until noon. We can take a break then if we want to. So let me turn to Mr. Lysenko. Would you like to start presenting your case? Are you ready to present your first witness?
Yes, Your Honor. Are we gonna then take a break in the middle? Okay.
We'll take a break at noon, so just keep that in mind.
Okay, got it.
And I will try to stop you if you are on a roll and forget.
Okay, got it. So yes, Your Honor, I would like to call my first witness, Roman Lysenko, that myself. I represent interveners. And when I say interveners, it's Epic Charter LLC, it's Mountain Star Transportation, DBA Explorer Tours, DBA Red Rock Shuttle. We've got several different projects.
Hold on, before you start talking, I need to get you sworn into evidence. So thank you for raising your right hand with me. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you will give in this case will be the truth?
Yes, I do.
Okay, you can put your hand down, state and spell your name.
Roman Lysenko, ROMANLYSENKO.
Okay, now you can go ahead and begin your testimony when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. So again, I represent interveners, and interveners, it's a joint interveners, Epic Charter LLC, Mountain Star Transportation LLC, DBA Red Rock Shuttle, Explorer Tours. We've got several different projects, and every project has the professionally built website. We have the booking systems that we collect all the data, secured booking systems, and we collect payments. We've got GPS trackers in each vehicle. We've got safety managers checking the vehicles. We've got the mechanics, which comply with the PUC rules, which ASE certified that do regular inspections on those vehicles. So we been operating, I've been managing transportation companies since 2011 and working with PUC, been involved in several projects, anywhere from luxury limousine services, shuttle services, sightseeing, or scheduled service, several of those. And on half of those projects, we were dealing with unrelated, unaffiliated individuals, and we know how to handle them. So we've got pretty big background. But going back to the each company has own website. Each product and each company targets a different group of passengers and customers. So for example, redrockshuttle.com that Mr. Dukletsky refers today, that's the only specific concert transportation website. So we, at this time, we actually have, for concert transportation, we have reserved 4 motor coaches. We've got 2 minibuses. We've got 4 vans. We've got Suburbans available. So there are several vehicles that are available to us. We have drivers. We've got ongoing hiring. We've got several, I believe right now it's like 20 drivers working driving. So for concert transportation, we serve every day, every event, and the dates that Mr. Dukletsky actually referred to, that was the 23rd, June 30th, and the 7th, it was no concert, simply. So that's why the whole calendar is green, and those days just stay in white, because there was no concert. And the Red Rock Shuttle only working and transporting specifically redrockshuttle.com. It's the project for concert transportation. So on those days, it was no concerts. We do provide transportation and shuttle service outside of that service. We provide it from Epic service. We've got buses. We provide it from the Explorer Tours projects. We provide transportation in the morning to Red Rocks. So there are several different websites that we operate. The Red Rock Shuttle only specifically targeting the customers that go in for a concert. So those 3 days, it was no concert at Red Rocks. But the transportation was still available through the call-in, through the actually contacting our other websites and booking through the other websites. It was still available. But on a Red Rock Shuttle that targets only specifically concert transportation, it was no concert. That's why they invite. The other 2 days, on one of the exhibits, I mentioned that it was the other 2 days, I believe, marked white from Colorado Convention Center. And the exhibits was, I wrote them down, it was exhibit, just one second. So the dates was June 20th and 21st. And I did not save the exhibit number, but the other white days was June 20th and 21st. So on those days, Mr. Dukletsky showed that one of our pickup locations from Colorado Convention Center was sold out on the day prior. On the 19th, he showed that on the 20th, 21st, it was unavailable. We redirected on purpose customers from Colorado Convention Center. We've got 4 different pickup locations right now, and that's the exact pickup locations that Mr. Dukletsky applied for right now. So on the those 2 days, it was a convention, I believe, for event at the Red Rocks. It was extremely busy. So it was thousands and thousands of people around Colorado Convention Center. So we keep the pickup service. It was no place to park motor coaches. So we had to actually keep our service and operating from convention with the smaller minibuses. And we redirected on purpose people to Union Station. So we've got 4 pickup locations in Denver downtown. And on those 2 days when the convention center was extremely busy, we just redirected to Union Station. And April, is it possible to pull up exhibit 207? All right, this is exhibit showing the Friday, June 20th bookings from Union Station. So from Union Station, this is the exhibit that I pulled out from our online booking system. I prepared it, I made it, and I printed, and it's never been edited. So, but this exhibit shows on the one of the last, if we're gonna see last booked dates, you will see that there is somebody booked on the 20th in the morning. It was a booking on the 20th. Then from the Avanti, we see a couple more bookings which came in on the 20th in the morning and the midday. So with this exhibit, I'm just trying to show that we actually been operating and the service was available, but just from a slightly different location than Colorado Convention Center, because it was overwhelmed and it was extremely busy at Colorado Convention Center. So the system was open and accepting bookings. And these pickup locations, Mr. Dukletsky did not provide the exhibits for. He provided only for one which been blocked. And Your Honor, I would like to offer this exhibit into evidence.
Okay, before we do that, let's just scroll to the top of that screen for me. Okay. All right, I just want to make sure I understand for which one of the interveners' companies this document is supposed to have been pulled from. So could you explain that? Because you've got two companies.
This is the redrockshuttle.com project. This is what Victor, Mr. Dutletsky pulled up, the exhibits showing the white days on the calendar.
Okay. All right, is there any objection to the admission into evidence of hearing exhibit 207? And that's a question to you, Mr. Dubileski.
I do not know if this can count as an objection, so correct me if I'm wrong, but June 20th, it was presented as available at the other pickup locations, and I am fully aware that it was available. And I was only raising the issue with June 23rd, June 30th, and July 7th, but this may be admitted into the hearing.
Okay. All right. That just sounds like a clarification of your arguments and testimony, so I'm not going to see that as an objection. Hearing exhibit 207 is admitted into evidence.
And April, can we pull up, please, exhibit 1, I apologize, 208. This is the exhibit again from the redrockshuttle.com website. That's the project going to concerts, and that specifically advertises online. And I pulled up this exhibit from our online booking system, and I prepared it. It's never been edited or corrected. And if we will scroll down, this is showing June 21st date. And then if we're gonna scroll down a little more, stop right here. Oh, actually, I apologize, April, keep going to the end of the second page. Right here, stop. So we've got bookings coming in. If you see the bookings coming in on the 21st, that's one of another date which was marked as white at Colorado Convention Center, again, because it was busy. And we've been accepting bookings until, if you see the last booking on 21st at 4:28. And the concert was, so that's the booking pretty much like 30 minutes before the departure time. Yeah, and April, can we just scroll up, please, to the first page? We can just see the timing. So 5:15. So 5:15 was the departure time, and we've been accepting bookings up to even like last pretty much hour. We've been accepting bookings. So the service was available on those days.
Before I ask if there's objections, because I think you're about to move for this into evidence, just to get some clarity. We're still on hearing exhibit 108 at the top of the screen. It says Saturday, June 21st, 2025, Red Rock Shuttle transportations that are laid out on the following two pages. Is that right?
Yes, Your Honor.
So for the actual transportation that was booked, that's the date that transportation would have occurred. Is that right?
So yes, so the top of the page, it's actually, that's when the shuttle scheduled to depart. And the in front of the names, that's the time when the bookings came through.
For that date.
For that shuttle, yes, for that event.
Okay.
Yep.
And hearing exhibit 207 that we just talked about is the same in at least format in that regard. Is that right?
Yes, it is the same format. Yep.
Okay. All right. Is there any objection to the admission into evidence of hearing exhibit 208?
No.
Hearing exhibit 208 is admitted into evidence.
All right. And April, is it any way we can pull up the exhibit 200, please? back to our operation. So this is our, since there are two interveners, two companies, this is the letter of authority for the Mountain Star Transportation that provides the sightseeing services at this time in the form of round trips to Red Rocks. And going back to the operation, we back to the fleet. So we operate in all those vehicles that I named before and capacities. Plus, with the score of 835, my personal score, and the company history, the lease, loan, rent is available to us. Plus, we work with the other motor coach companies. We have a contract, and we can always obtain buses from them, which is Aero Stage Lines. And so right now we pretty much don't have a limit in our motor coaches, and we can cover demand and surge demand on the busy days. We're not even near to the limits of in our capacities right now. And this specifically exhibit 200 is the just the authority for Mountain Star Transportation letter of authority, and I would like to offer this exhibit into the evidence.
Is there any objection to the admission into evidence of hearing exhibit 200?
This exhibit was not emailed to me, but I don't object to its admission.
Okay. Hearing exhibit 200 is admitted into evidence, and I'll just note the exhibit was pre-filed. That's why it wasn't emailed to you this morning. So you should have received it via e-filings when it was filed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Okay. And another exhibit that was pre-filed, it's exhibit 201. April, can we pull up 201, please? So this is the letter of authority for Epic Charter LLC for scheduled service and call and demand shuttle service. And that's what we operate with the Epic Charter LLC. And I would like to offer this exhibit into evidence.
Any objection to the admission into evidence of hearing exhibit 201?
No objections.
Hearing exhibit 201 is admitted into evidence.
Got it. So Mr. Dukletsky today I've heard testify that he applies for 4 positions, specifically 4 pickup locations that we pick up from. And he's applying for the shuttle service to Red Rocks. That's what we do. With all these projects that we have, we've got through the different dates, through the different days, through the different times, through the different websites we advertise, including the phone. People always can call and book over the phone as well. So we operate in exactly in the same range, in the same geographic territory, that application that Mr. Dukletsky applied for. So I just want to confirm that the application overlaps the authority that we provide in service to and from. So we've been actually operating for several years. We've got several satisfied customers. We get in lots of great reviews. We didn't have any complaints. I'm not aware of any of the witnesses that Mr. Dukletsky called today contacting us. I'm not aware of any people that we've rejected. We're taking them all, we transport them. And Mr. Dukletsky, today I've heard that he is mentioned economic way to transport passengers. So the economic way, it does not specifically means the less expensive transportation. That's how we understand. The rates must be reasonable. PUC makes that decision. PUC approves those rates, and the service providers must file those rates and tariffs with the PUC, and PUC must approve them. So the service always must be not just the less expensive option wherever a customer can get. It has to be the safest option. So we operate in motor coaches, which is the safest way to transport passengers. It's been called the safest road transportation because of the height, because of the weight of the motor coach. So with the 3-point seat belts over the shoulder, with the forward-facing position in those vehicles. So we choose those vehicles, even though they're extremely expensive. We choose those vehicles because they're safe and reliable. We operate with the ASE certified mechanics checking our vehicles. So we're not taking any shortcuts, trying to cut our costs and trying to replace brakes somewhere who doesn't know what he's doing, but he charges less. So with the right now, so our rates been approved by the PUC. Our rates been actually, we've done lots of studies to make sure that they still affordable and they still allows us to provide best safe transportation without cutting corners right now. So the even the drink at the Red Rocks cost a lot these days. So the transportation to and from Red Rocks, which is the kind of the most dangerous thing when the customer hits the road kind of and drives to, transportation to Red Rocks and back on the event of the concert, doesn't need to be less than a drink at the Red Rocks. People that go into Red Rocks and trying to have fun up there, they're not choosing between $30 and $37 prices, for example. The prices, they have to be reasonable, and they have to be they have to provide the ability for the service provider to maintain vehicles properly, to maintain the proper insurance. There are several things in operations that you have to consider before you building your kind of price strategy and choosing your tariffs. Another thing is that we have at the Red Rocks is lots of unauthorized service providers. Different service companies call themselves brokers, call themselves, they trying to show that the unaffiliated customers are actually affiliated because they clicked I agree before purchasing a ticket. There are several problems that the Red Rocks have right now. So we're already facing so many companies that redirecting traffic from us. And we actually have got several legit companies that actually operate in the same field. And we've got several different types of transportation like Uber, Lyft, we've got party buses, we have other shuttle companies, we have private limas, we have, now we will have public transportation from W line, which gonna provide even more and do the cut from existing service provider. So right now, with all that, there is only a small portion of people left that actually choosing to use shuttle service. So the people that, for example, drive to Red Rocks, it's not necessarily they driving because there are no other options. It's because they choose to drive. They want to drive there. It's for them, it's convenient to drive there. Or if they choose to use Uber, they choose to use Uber for their convenience. Today in the morning, I've checked the rates from Union Station for Uber to Red Rocks, and it was $29.82 for a car which fits up to 4 passengers. And it was available within 2 minutes. So 4 passengers for $30 roughly can get to Red Rocks, and the car can be there in 2 minutes. So they don't have to stick with schedule or anything else. So the people that travel up there, they're not stranded, and they choosing it because there are no other transportation options. I operate, and I'm at the Red Rocks several times a week, working and operating with my team at the Red Rocks. We actually, after the end of the show, each show, 40 minutes after or like 50 minutes after the show, the all parking lots are empty, people gone. There are no stranded people camping up there on the parking lots because they couldn't get back home. So they all gone. The red trucks been there for like already, what, 80 years, since 1941, when it was first opened by the city and county of Denver, after the Civilian Conservation Corps built it. So since 1941, it's been operating, and people get in there and coming back with no problem. And the shuttle service is the only small portion of the transportation option. And when the people choose that shuttle service, and it's keep washing out, it's keep washing from the demand. Some people getting redirected to Ubers. They like Ubers and flexibility that they don't have to stick with schedule. Some people actually choose to drive. Some people choose to use W line. Will choose, for example, and go to and use the city shuttle. So there is several options up there. So we specifically provide shuttle service, and we cover an only, because that's the pretty much most common problems when the applicant applies. He sees lots of vehicles out there. He assumes that there are lots of demand for shuttle service, but no, it's not necessarily that there are lots of demand for shuttle service. People actually choosing different types of transportation, and they choosing it for the reason they not actually choosing it because there are no other option out there. And another thing is, so I believe I saw Mr. Dukletsky actually driving the shuttle bus, and I can just ask Mr. Dukletsky probably, well, I just want to bring it up, that I believe that somebody looking like Mr. Dukletsky been driving the shuttle bus with the markings for the red trucks, and the service, the vehicle which I saw with the gentleman looking like Mr. Dukletsky, I purchased the tickets at the website. And April, can we just pull up the exhibit 203? So this is the website. It's called, just one second. Can we scroll down, please? At the footer, there has to be the URL address name. Stop, just right here. It's called Shuttle Red Rocks, like shuttleredrocks.com. So this one is shuttleredrocks.com. This is the website. I purchased the ticket from this shuttle, or this advertisement appears to be a Event Transportation Brokers, LLC. That's not a transportation broker, which brokers the transportation service to Red Rocks. And I purchased the ticket from this service, and I believe I saw Mr. Dukletsky in one of those shuttle buses. So, and the shuttle bus looks like on the picture, white shuttle bus with the little actually graphic for Red Rocks, like a graphics for Red Rocks. I did prepare and I did download this myself, and it's never been amended, and I would like to offer this exhibit into evidence.
Is there any objection to the admission into evidence of hearing exhibit 203?
Yes, this is not our website.
Okay, I'm just uploading this and throwing into evidence that I'm downloaded it, I booked it, and I booked the shuttle from this website. So the I believe the reasons for objections can be maybe lack of relevance or wherever or something like that, but it's not our website.
I guess I would probably interpret it's not our website as a relevance objection, because if it's not their website, what relevance would it otherwise have, which you could certainly address if you want to. right now, I'll just say, just based on the document itself, it says it's from shuttleredrocks.com. So that
Mhm.
certainly does sound like the same company name. So
Mhm.
based on what I have right now, um, I have to overrule the objection, and I'll just explain to the applicant the way that you objected isn't evidence, it's just an objection. And so if there's evidence that you want to present in rebuttal about this document, you can certainly do that. But based on what is in front of me right now and that evidence, it does appear relevant. And so I'm going to go ahead and overrule that objection, and it will be, hearing exhibit 203 will be admitted into evidence.
If I may.
Um, you can't testify right now, but if you have something you'd like to add in terms of a legal objection, you can do that.
I do not know how to prove that it is not our website, besides the fact that the company is not related to Limit of Ale.
You know, what you would do is you would testify to it. You'd give
Okay.
sworn testimony. That is evidence. This
Okay.
is not your time to give sworn testimony. As I
Understood.
explained earlier, once he finishes his case, you get a chance to respond. This is exactly the kind of a thing that you can respond to if you so choose.
Okay.
So we are a little bit, it's just 12:01 right now, and it seems like since we've just finished this exhibit, this might be a good time to break for lunch. Just to help me figure out how long of a lunch break we should take, I just am wondering, Mr. Lysenko, how much more time do you think you'll need to finish presenting your evidence, your direct
I
evidence?
just need 15 more minutes. That's all.
Okay. And then I think in light of that, even if the applicant wants to do rebuttal, I think we should still have plenty of time. And so we'll take an hour and 15-minute lunch break. That should give everybody ample time. We'll be in recess until 1:15. And again, the live stream webcast is going to continue during our recess. You can stay connected. I think often that's the best way to do it. Just mute everything and turn off your microphone. Before we take our recess, is there anything that we should address?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. Mr. Lysenko?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. Then we will be in recess until 1:15.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Well, good afternoon.
Hi there. Before we go back on the record, I just want to wait for Mr. Lysenko to
No
get
problem.
his camera on so I can verify that he is with us.
Yes, Your Honor, and thank you. I'm here.
Okay, great. All right, we'll go back on the record where I'll just note it's 1:15. And Mr. Lysenko, you were providing your direct case evidence or your own testimony. And so I will just have you pick up where you left off whenever you're ready.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you so much. So,
Can you speak up a little bit?
yes, I can. I guess adjust my microphone. I will try to move closer. Is it better now?
Yes. And we are recording this. And so that's why it's also really important to make sure we get everything
Got it.
clearly.
But I want to say I really miss Miss Weisenthal. I was really challenging her with my accent, Miss Weisenthal, the court recorder. So I know right now it's a IT world, right? So you guys doing recording different ways. So there is no more court recorders. But I really like working with her. So, but
That's
and
nice of you to say.
just wanna to go back to my testimony. I did review the application of the Mr. Dukalevsky. He did include the vehicle in that application. It was E450 Ford, which is kind of similar, which I saw. But it's not the reason. I know that this kind of exhibits, this kind of testimony, we will save that for formal complaint. And that may take the whole kind of day. So I don't want to interrupt this application proceeding with my actually exhibits challenging Mr. Dukalevsky and operating without the permit right now. So we're not going to move forward with the tickets and the other exhibits that they have. So I just want to bring up the ethical portion in this proceeding, and just want to warn the applicant that he cannot operate without the certificate. I guess he knows that. So I just want to move forward and just want to testify towards the demand and how it's.
Mr. Lysenko, I'm sorry, the voice broke out, so I couldn't hear your last sentence. If you can just repeat that part, just the last sentence.
What the last word you've heard?
That we will not proceed with the tickets. That could take the whole
We
day.
will not proceed with a rest of exhibits. And
Okay.
I do have in my exhibits the copy of the ticket that I purchased and that I actually went to the pickup location for the Red Rock Shuttle, Red Rock's company that I booked the ticket from, and that's where I saw the gentleman looks like Mr. Dukalevsky. So we're not gonna proceed with this right here. So I just wanna bring it up, that portion. So anyway, I just want to move forward with the exhibits, not with the exhibits, with my testimony about where it's moving. So the shuttle business is in an extreme kind of danger right now. There are several unauthorized companies. There are several different service providers, which sometimes even more convenient, like ride shares, for example. So there are several things like private parties, buses, or like luxury limousine companies that people choose kind of not choosing the shuttle over the shuttle kind of. So I'm just saying that after COVID, the whole transportation and demand been shifting towards the private transportation. People choose to travel with their friends, even by themselves, but in a private car, maybe less expensive car, maybe, but private, not with the random individuals in the same. So I'm just saying right now, the shuttle service is pretty much in extreme danger. We're fighting for those customers. We're fighting and scooping up those individuals that we want to provide service. And there is no place and no need, no unmet demand in the service area we provide service. So there is right now with the new W line shuttle to Red Rocks, there is going to be transportation, city transportation to Red Rocks, which is, it's not for the reason is the existing service providers are not providing service, or there is deficiency in there. It's targeting a different group of customers. It's targeting customers who want to get to work or wherever and pay only $2 or $3 or nothing to get to red drugs, for example. So that's a completely different model, completely different. And we're not trying to compete with the city and county of Jefferson or Denver on that, because we basically we cannot. We have to pay insurances, and there are lots of things that kind of it's different with the private companies than the government agencies. So I'm just saying that right now, demand shifting towards the private cars. Right now, it's even harder to operate the public shuttle, because on some of the days we have to transport only like 2 people or 7 people, and it's completely doesn't make sense financially to transport them, and we still do transport them. Even with taking losses on those days, we still transport them, because we have to, under, as Mr. Dukalevsky mentioned, that with the CPCN, it's not only protection counts, there are lots of responsibilities as well, and lots of rules that we have to comply with. And one of the rules, we cannot kind of cancel on people. We have to take those people, and that's what we do. But it's getting harder to operate with all these different options with the unauthorized service providers. Like, for example, if we want to add up a pickup location somewhere to serve public better, but there is unauthorized service providers picking up from that location. Or we're trying to add up, for example, the dedicated ADA shuttles or wherever, but we cannot, because without the busy days, it's hard to serve slower days. And without that demand being washed off with the unauthorized service providers and the other options, it gets even harder. So right now, the whole shuttle kind of industry is kind of in danger, which kind of we have limited demand right now. So, and issuing another application or issuing another license is not in the public. Well, it's a conclusory statement, I guess, but it's not in a public benefit to issue another license at this time. Let me double check. I just want to make sure I went through all of my exhibits real quick, and I will be resting my case as well. 1 second. Yes, Your Honor. I rest my case. That was it. Thank you so much.
Okay, Mr. Dostoevsky, do you have questions for Mr. Lysenko?
Yes, I have a few.
Proceed when you're ready.
Thank you. May I ask, in regards to this portion of the hearing, can I ask the questions as I wish, or is there any limits to what I can ask? Because I believe that I sometimes have a long-winded way of asking questions, and I would like to be able to express myself to the best of my ability. And I believe that if that is hurting the credibility of this trial, I would like to adjust my questions.
So I'll start by saying your questions themselves are not going to be evidence. And so if you're thinking about building in evidence into your questions, unless it's already in the record as evidence, it's not evidence. There's not like a steadfast rule about how do you ask your questions. There's a lot of material and there are a lot of guidelines. I will say there is a rule of evidence that says you are supposed to ask on direct examination. This is not direct. You're supposed to have open-ended questions. On cross-examinations, you're allowed to ask what we call leading questions, which call for a yes or no answer. That tends to go better for cross-examinations. One thing I do want to caution you, though, is if you ask compound questions, in other words, you put in like 5 questions all into one, that makes it a lot harder for the witness to answer. So what I would suggest, try to break it down into digestible bites and pieces so that he can actually answer the questions.
Understood.
Okay.
At the beginning of your testimony, Mr. Lysenko, you mentioned that the locations that we have applied for our CPCN are the same. Are you aware that 3 of these locations are not the same as yours?
Well, the pickup location
Yes.
is some of the pickup locations not the same by 2 blocks or 3 blocks. Yes,
This is a yes or no question. Are they the same or not?
I'm aware they're not exactly where my guy sits. Yes,
Okay.
I'm aware.
Perfect. And are you aware that these districts, these zip codes are the most populated districts, part of the Denver districts that you serve, and that the population far expands beyond the capacity that you say you can provide, but also that that population is in the top 10 of population density in the state of Colorado?
Excuse me, Your Honor, I will have to object that it's a compound question. Can we just go by the small portion? Because I've heard something where I want to answer no, some of the yes, and no one.
It was a lot of questions you asked all at the same time.
Okay.
Ask them one at a time, okay?
Okay. Do you know the population density in those districts?
I don't.
Do you know that these districts are in the top 10 by population density in Colorado?
I don't. I never done research.
Okay. Do you think that the most populated zip codes in the state of Colorado should only be served by one provider?
Yes, yes, definitely. If the one company can handle it, why not? Yes.
Do you think you can handle that load?
Definitely, yes, 100%.
Okay. Do you attest that this statement that you filed as part of your intervention in the temporary authority application, where you say that you only transport 30 to 40 passengers on a regular day, is correct?
Yes, it is correct. On a regular basis, yes. At the time when we filed it,
yes or no questions. Thank you.
Yes, at the time we filed, yes. Yep.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So when you say you only operate at 10%, do you understand that there seems to be a gap of service? If you only operate at 10% and there's more, do you see that there may be a gap? Not that there is, but there may be a gap of service provided if there is demand, but you only operate at 10%?
No, definitely not. We take
You don't
every
think there is a
customer.
possibility?
No, there is no possibility. We're taking every customer that contacted us.
Thank you. You mentioned that you operate several companies. Is that correct?
Yes, you're correct.
Okay. So who operates the shuttles for Red Rock Shuttle Red Rocks?
I do.
Which company? You represent several companies. So which company operates? You say you have 371 passengers capacity. Are all of those buses owned by Red Rock Shuttle?
Red Rock Shuttle is the DBA. So some of the vehicles actually are owned by the Epic Charter. Some of the vehicles owned by the Mountain Star.
Okay, but you also mentioned that you have vehicles that are owned by Aerostage, correct?
Yes.
Are you owned by that company?
We have them available to use, but we don't have them.
So essentially, you serve as a broker for them, correct?
Well, we're not brokering the service. They actually have the license.
Do the people know that they're booking with Aerostage, or do they believe they're booking with Red Rock Shuttle when they book and they're routed to Aerostage?
So first of all, we don't actually sell at this time. We don't sell. We have capacity to cover the demand right now. We don't sell right now the tickets for Aerostage, but we will be modifying the website to where they can actually see that the actual ticket will see the service provider who will be traveling with. So yes, but right now we're covering under our companies.
So essentially, that does serve the same purpose as rrxshuttle.com would as a transportation broker, where you book the rides and you route them to Aerostage, because they're the ones facilitating. Or will your drivers be driving the vehicles for Aerostage?
So when people will be booking the Aerostage from our website please do not compare us with the RRX shuttles. The RRX shuttles completely unauthorized service provider, which do not advertise by the brokerage. They advertise and sell on per ticket basis, but they book with the charter bus companies that they cannot operate and transport those unrelated individuals. So the broker always operates under service provider certificate, and the Arrow does have that certificate. So when we advertise Arrow, we advertise by brokerage. When RRX advertise shuttle service and selling own tickets but hiring charter buses, like some of the other companies hiring luxury limousine companies, it's not advertising by the brokerage. So please do not put us in the same sentence with the on location and RRX shuttles.
I'm just trying to understand how a different transportation provider facilitating your transportation, and I have been in this industry since 2020. We have several transportation providers that facilitate our transportation. These are all brokered rights. So what you're telling me right now is that Aerostage will serve as a brokered transportation provider through you.
They will in case we need them. You're
Okay.
correct. In case we need them, we will modify our website and we will advertise in them as well in case if we need them. But for now, we have way more room to grow. We have way more financials to buy more tickets, way more. But in case if there is Michael Jackson will be performing next weekend at Red Rocks, and there is extreme demand on that, we will use the service from another authorized service provider. But before that, we will be using our services. We will be buying vehicles, renting, leasing, adding the vehicles.
Understood. So you identified that there may be a possibility for expanded need since you have granted you say that they have the CPCN. You have granted them the right to have the CPCN, as I understand from the PUC agendas that that was you leasing them the authority. Is that correct?
Yes, one of the companies. Yep.
Yes. So you do identify that there may be surge in demand. You do identify that there may need to be other transporters. You just happen to want them to partner with you and not be independent. Am I understanding that correctly? It's not a problem if that's the case.
It's a compound question, Mr. Duplevsky. Can you please break it down in a smaller portion so I can answer?
Yes. Did you lease part of your CPCN to Aerostage?
Yes.
Okay. Do you understand that that in and of itself is proof, could serve as proof that you identified that there may be unmet need, and there maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow, but there may be. You have already given the authority to another company. Is your problem other companies serving Red Rocks shuttles, or is your problem other companies not affiliated with you? That is the question.
Okay, it's a compound question, Mr. Duplevsky. Please, let's go back, break it down. I object this question. Just break it down by small portions.
Yeah, I did try to tell you when you ask a lot of questions all at once, it's difficult for the witness to answer. You started breaking it down, you can do it.
Okay.
Give it another try.
Do you understand that authorizing another company to have the CPCN by your advocacy, you advocated for this, could serve as evidence that there is or there could be unmet need in this service?
No, definitely not.
Okay. Why do you hire other companies if there is no need? I don't know if I am allowed to ask this question. It's an open-ended, so I'm just trying to understand what the logic is behind you blocking us with 14 passengers from operating at Red Rocks and then subleasing your CPCN to a company that has hundreds of buses. I fail to understand the logic behind this, and I'm open to hearing your case.
Yes, Your Honor. First of all, I just want to bring up Duplevsky to the cross-examination. So we did not, I did not testify to that, and we just go into a different direction right now and keep going. So, but I will answer this question. So it's not the evidence that we cannot handle the market. We can handle the market. We can actually, we have several buses. We've got finances available to buy more buses. But there are sometimes we have possibility that sometimes there can be mechanical breakdowns. You, I believe, never operated the motor coaches, and when you transport 56 passengers, what may happen? And we never want to have the stranded people, 56 people. You cannot just order 25 Ubers right away to the side of the road or wherever and transport them. So we trying to cover our needs in case of emergency, like mechanical breakdowns or something like that. We doing it to better serve public, and we actually don't use the companies unless we absolutely must. We using our resources.
You objected to this not being part of cross-referencing. You yourself mentioned the contract with Aerostage. I did not bring it up because I didn't think it's relevant, but since you mentioned it, I thought it's okay to bring this in cross-referencing. So I would like to focus on stuff that you provided yourself. I believe part of your witness testimony is available for cross-referencing. Is that correct?
I'll just help you both out here. Mr. Osenko, you did in your direct case mention Aerostage. You did talk very little bit about Aerostage, so it's fair game.
Got it.
So I think that's what you were trying to ask him. So why don't you ask him a different question?
Yes. It's just I don't think it's out of line to ask this question because it was already brought up.
And I've agreed with you.
I appreciate that. Thank you. We can move on to my next question. In your testimony, you mentioned that you already pick up from these locations. I don't remember but I'm paraphrasing. I don't remember the exact phrasing. Is it your understanding that this certificate of public convenience and necessity grants exclusivity to routes and pickup locations?
What do you mean exclusivity? Like,
do you believe that by being granted the CPCN, you are the only one that is allowed to pick up anywhere in Denver and the other counties mentioned?
Not other counties. We only operate within our certificate. I'm not sure if you saw our certificate. So in that county, we do cover the market. If there is another authorized shuttle service provider, they can pick up in that county as well.
Okay. So there is no exclusivity to pickup locations, loading zones, routes. None of that is ever part of the clause of the obtaining.
With the authorized service providers, yes, they can pick up as well. If they authorize, yes.
My question is because we are asking to be authorized, and you raised the issue that you already pick up from those locations. We understand that you pick up in those locations, but we have chosen them strategically because they're frequent locations. But just wanted to clarify that you understand that by being granted a CPCN, it does not necessitate that you are the only one that can be granted. You understand that other companies may be granted the same region. It's just subject to a hearing.
It's subject to, yes, lots of things. If the company can provide the fitness, and well, there are lots of things that the company can provide, then yes, if the company granted, they can pick up anywhere they applied for. You're correct.
Correct. Thank you. And Your Honor, may I reference the interim decision that you have filed on this case? I did not submit it because I thought documents part of the case do not need to be submitted as exhibits. But if it's okay, I would like to reference it.
Yeah, which decision number? Because do we need to pull it up and put it on the screen?
I can just quote. It's a short sentence. It's on page 6, decision 0444-I, R25-0444-I.
Okay, yeah, go ahead and ask your question. If there's a problem, I'll let you know.
Perfect. It's on the part that I would like to quote is on page 6. Mr. Lysenko earlier mentioned about the economical aspects and the economical requirements for the regulated monopoly. alluding that I am that it is my interpretation. I just want to note and ask Mr. Lysenko, are you aware that the regulated doctrine, and I'm quoting here, the regulated doctrine is based in principle that fewer carriers who can make a reasonable return will give the public safe, efficient, and more economical service. That is a direct quote from the Supreme Court and from our decisions. Are you aware that this was part of the decision, that the economical aspect is part of the decision?
I'm sorry, but I'm not aware. Let me just see that if it was in the decision, I did not read every word in the decision. I just went through the main part. So, but when is the
That's
hearing and what's the portion? So I wasn't aware of that. So let's say no.
Okay. So my focus specifically on the economical aspect was because of this decision by the Colorado Supreme Court and in our decision. I want to move on to make the case about the economics. You say that people, when they go to Red Rocks, they're paying high prices for cocktails, they're paying high prices for tickets. These are people who can afford to pay high prices, and that justifies charging them more. Not indirect, but I'm paraphrasing. That's how I understood your argument. Do you understand that the public consists of people who cannot afford to pay more, and that a certificate of public convenience should serve everyone in the public, not a chosen few select?
Mr. Dukletsky, I have to object this question. Please, you are making argumentative questions. You just arguing and trying to prove in the question. Can you just ask you pretty much yes or no questions about what I testified to? And we will.
This was part of your testimony. You specifically said these people that are going to Red Rocks are paying high prices for cocktails. They're paying high prices for tickets. It's not the affordability that's the issue. It's when you say economical, we cannot only understand that as affordable. And my question is, do you understand? Can you please not interrupt me?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. My question is, do you understand that the affordability could be an economic need of the public?
In general, you're saying?
In general, yes.
Yes, I understand that.
Okay.
Yes, everything must be reasonable. Yep, you're correct.
Okay. So my case is that if you think that prices are high because they're justified because the venue is exclusive, then you are providing a private service, but you're also holder of a public certificate. That public certificate does have requirements that you provide a service that is, and I quote again from the decision, safe, efficient, and more economical. So that is my focus, the more economical part. I would like to move on from this question and to your next claim that a lot of people are driving themselves or contract an Uber because they're looking for a more convenient way to reach Red Rocks. Do you think your shuttle service is not the most convenient service to reach Red Rocks?
Just 1 second. Before I answer, Your Honor, I did not answer a previous question. I'm not sure how we move to the next question.
That was not a
Previous
question.
question was not a question.
You did not ask a question, and so I'll just remind you, this isn't your chance to give him a speech. It's not evidence. What you are saying is not evidence. It has to already be in evidence. Your questions themselves are not.
I believe what I said was in the evidence. The interim decision is part of this hearing.
You gave a bit of a speech that went well beyond what's in the interim decision. So try to focus on asking questions. And I'm not even sure what the last question was. So why don't you see if you can repeat that in small bites if possible?
I don't see the purpose. If I'm not allowed to express myself clearly, I just don't see the purpose of asking these questions. When will be the time when I can express myself freely?
You can testify when he is finished, but I don't want you to feel like you can't ask questions. You can ask questions. You just need to do it in a way that is A, actually a question and not you giving a speech, and B, the questions are phrased in a way that he can actually answer them so that they're not 5 compound questions combined into one. I don't want you to give up just because you're feeling discouraged because I said don't give us a speech.
I'm not giving up. This is not giving up.
Okay.
I fail to understand how being interrupted at every question, asking the validity of the question, serves the purpose of the public. It is. I'm not giving up. I will continue with the questions.
I'm not following what you're complaining about right now, but
Okay.
I do encourage you to continue, ask your questions.
Thank you. In your statement, in your testimony, you said people are booking ride-share transportation and driving their own cars because it is a more convenient way to get there.
Correct?
Do you
Ask him
believe?
to agree with you that he testified to that. That'll break it down easier.
Okay. Did you testify? Is that correct?
You slightly twisting my testimony. I said for those customers who choose to use Uber, they believe it is more convenient for them. So, and yes, this is correct.
Okay. Do you agree
Not in
that
general.
do you agree that these services are more convenient than your shuttle?
No. I
How
don't.
do you know that these people choose those services because of convenience? Do you know these people choose those services because of convenience?
I don't know that.
Okay. So you are not aware that these people did not choose those services because your shuttle is inadequate in some sort, correct?
Correct. I'm not.
Okay. Thank you. Then you mentioned that after each show you do about 40 minutes later you do a lap and you confirm that there are no stranded passengers left at Red Rocks or some sort. You said you stay after the show and then you make sure that there's nobody stranded at Red Rocks. Is that correct?
No, you twist in the testimony. I said when I work there and when I'm leaving, I said 45, 50 minutes after, their parking lots already empty. It's not like we patrolling and checking every parking lot to see that nobody is left. I'm just saying that what I saw at the Red Rocks, it was empty.
Okay. And you use the word stranded?
Yes, like stuck without options to leave Red Rocks.
Right. I understand the word. Do you understand that the public convenience and necessity, the standard should not be whether people are left stranded, whether people are served adequately, and you clearing the standard of nobody being left stranded, or all the transportation providers clearing the standard of not being left stranded, does not meet the adequacy standard for the CPCN.
It's a long question, but I guess I follow you. Yes, I do understand.
Okay. You again mentioned that you're far from reaching the demand. I want to point out that you understand that there could be other reasons why you're not filling your vehicles rather than convenience.
I'm sure, Mr. Duklevsky, I apologize. Did you just ask? I said that we're not meeting, I'm sure that we're not meeting the demand.
I may have misphrased it. You mentioned that your capacity is not met by the demand, is what I meant to say. You have open seats.
Yes, we do have open seats. Yes.
Yes. Apologies. That was my mistake. My question was that you have open seats. My second question is, do you understand that those open seats may be because of operational inadequacy and not just convenience? That there could be, maybe not for your company, but in general, companies fail to provide the service that they're licensed to provide.
I cannot testify for other companies. I can only testify to my knowledge with my company, and no, answering to your question.
You do not believe there's any chance there's unserved public need?
No chance of doing everything to make sure.
Okay. So during your questions, you asked a question that was trying to have me meet an impossible standard, and that question was admitted. So I would like to cross-reference that question with a question of mine. Do you believe that everybody who takes an Uber chooses to take an Uber, or who requests an Uber chooses to request an Uber without trying to reach out to you?
hold on. Can you please repeat the question? Do you believe?
Do you believe that everybody who requests an Uber or drives themselves, not do you believe, do you know if everybody who requests an Uber or drives themselves chose to do so because of convenience, not because they didn't find the current services adequate?
My services?
Do you know if those people, the people requesting the Ubers, did that?
I don't know what's in everybody else's head, so I'm not sure.
Exactly.
Yes.
Thank you. Yeah, exactly. So I understand that you understand the logical fallacy of asking impossible standard to proof. And when I raised my objection to the question, it was admitted. So I just wanted to make sure that I will ask a question that has an impossible standard that will also be admitted. This is a statement, not a question.
Okay.
Right. I've already told you not to do that, and you keep doing it. That's fine. We're not running out of time, but it's not helping your case to make arguments. You can testify to it when it comes your time, okay?
Towards the end of your testimony, you said that the shuttle that Denver will provide is supposed to serve other people. Is that correct?
Yes. You said the shuttle we provide, it's supposed to serve people?
No. Towards the end of your testimony, you stated that the shuttle that the city will provide from Golden to Red Rocks is not targeting the same type of customers. I'm paraphrasing, I don't know the exact words, that they're there to transport people who cannot afford, who work there, who are mothers with 3 kids. You said some sort of this sentence. Is that correct?
I'm not said about 3 kids, nothing like that, but I said that the shuttle is actually from Golden to Red Rocks. You are correct. It's outside of our service area that we provide service. So it's from Golden.
That is not the question I asked. I asked if you said that that shuttle is designed to serve people that are different than your customers.
They're not different. They will take portion from those customers that are using our service. They will take the portion of it. Yes, but they
Okay.
not somehow different. They all people in public.
I believe you used the word different. We can go back to the testimony. I'm sure there's a transcript. I believe you used the word different. Are people who want to get to work not part of the general public?
They are general public.
They are general public. So do you believe that it is your obligation to serve the people who want to get to work?
Yes, definitely.
Okay. Do you currently operate a daytime shuttle?
Yes, we do from the Explorer tours. Yep.
Is that a shuttle or a tour?
It's shuttles and tours. You're correct.
As far as I remember, in your filings, it provided tours.
In my filings,
In your intervention, you had provided a document that showed that it provides tours, not shuttle services.
so it's a technicality about the tours limited to the round trip. Yes.
I didn't mean to interrupt you. Please finish.
Yes. The tours limited to actually to the round trips. So when people books with us with the Explorer tours, they book in round trip. When they book and through the day and for their sightseeing purposes. When they book in through the Epic Charter, they book in the shuttle, which can be one way through the day service or night service. When they book in the redrockshuttle.com, that's the concert transportation.
Right. So Epic Charter provides shuttle services on top of providing guided tours, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Can you please provide that as part of evidence, if that's okay with the judge, to that a website where somewhere I have tried to look up Epic Charter. I have not found it. I currently, if you type daily shuttle to Red Rocks, there is no options on Google. I do not know how you're advertising and how you reach those customers from the information you have provided us, which was a link to book a guided tour for $80 and another link I was not able to see. So, but you testified that you run a daily shuttle every day, every morning to Red Rocks?
You, Mr. Dukalevsky, you arguing in your questions. I do have to object this question because you arguing.
This is a very short question. Do you
is
operate a
your-
daily shuttle every day to Red Rocks?
Burden of proof is on applicant.
Do you?
Please provide wherever you want to build your case.
I am providing
Okay.
the questions.
Let me just jump in here so we can move this along. I understand, Mr. Lysenko, what you're responding to, because there was a little bit of a speech before he got to a question, but he did get to a question. And so let's focus on that question. And I will repeat it as I know it, and he can let me know if that's right. And it was whether you operate a daytime shuttle every day to Red Rocks.
Yes, we do.
From what company? I think he's trying to figure out
from
which
Epic,
company and what
Epic,
website.
Epic Charter, and it's epic-charter.com.
Okay. And what's if this may be out of the scope, but is there any demand? Is there occupancy for that shuttle? Are you operational? I have been to Red Rocks several times as an Uber driver, and there are no shuttles. So I'm just trying to figure that part out. And if it's not part of the hearing, that's okay. You're free not to answer.
If you ask about the demand in the morning, there is almost no demand in the morning, because everybody who travel in the morning, they either use their own vehicles and bring in their bicycles or wherever hikes, and it's much more convenient to bring stuff in their own vehicle because they're not drinking in the morning, right? They're not drinking and driving in the morning. So, and with the morning demand, there are more demand for tours than for the shuttle, because usually people, they either bring in own stuff in their own personal vehicle, or if it's a tourist, they usually either go in there in an Uber in a convenient time. It's $30, like I testified before, it's roughly around $30 in the morning for up to 4 people, and they're not limited to any schedule. They can get there and come back at any time. So they choosing that, or they choosing a tour when there is actually somebody can just tell them about Red Rocks and hike with them in case if they want to hike right there. But locals usually in the morning choose to drive their vehicle. So our vehicles, in most cases, we operate Epic Charter. I just want you, Mr. Dukhalevsky, to understand that I'm a businessman as well. I've got vehicles to operate, and I'm not want to keep those vehicles in the garage when there is a demand. We trying every single way to load the vehicles.
Thank you. That's I don't. As far as I understood during testimony, that there's no need for speeches. This was a yes or no question.
Okay, repeat the question, please.
There's no question. I believe that concludes my questions.
Okay. I just want to get a couple of things clarified, and then you, Mr. Lysenko, you can add from there in response to my questions and the applicant's questions. Just to make it clear in the record, because I think you might have talked about this before you were sworn in. The interveners in this case are Epic, and the official name is Mountain Star, even though that's not its DBA name. You own and operate both of those companies?
Yes, I do, Your Honor.
Can you speak up?
Yes, I do, Your Honor.
Okay. And there's been some evidence about having capacity to transport 371 passengers at the same time. Did I understand that correctly?
Yes, that is correct.
Now, is that capacity for both companies, Epic and Mountain Star, or is it for one or the other?
You're correct for both.
Okay. So of that 371 passenger capacity, how much capacity is there for the shuttle service versus charter service versus tour service?
So the capacity for the shuttle service is we need to remove all the transit vans and the Suburbans. So I can calculate that real quick and tell you exact number.
Okay, thank you.
It's 280.
Okay, all right. So that I just want to restate that so I make sure we're all on the same page here. So combined, Mountain Star and Epic shuttle capacity at the same time is 280 passengers at the same time. Is that right?
For the shuttle so Your Honor, I just want to correct myself. There is shuttle capacity in the morning, like for example, shuttle that we run in the morning, because there is some of the vehicles used for tours. That's when the shuttle capacity drops. And because we use in some of the vehicles, sprinters, transit vans for tours. But at nighttime, all the vehicles from the morning, they can be used for the shuttle as well.
So that 280 number is a consistent number for evening shuttle transportation to Red Rocks. Is that right?
So 370 overall, that larger number for the evenings and the smaller number for shuttles in the morning. Yes.
Oh, okay. All right. Hold on. Okay. That's really all I wanted to get clarified. So if you want to provide additional evidence in response to the questions that applicant asked you and the questions that I asked you, now is your opportunity.
Oh, I apologize, Your Honor. Is it recross?
No, there is no recross. But if there was an attorney here, they'd be doing redirect. And so that's basically what I'm allowing you to do, which is simply if there's additional evidence that you want to provide in that is relevant to and in response to the questions that applicant asked you or the questions that I asked you, then you can add that now. Otherwise, you can't just go back and start over.
Makes sense. No, Your Honor. I don't have any other exhibits or any other testimony.
Okay, so do you rest your case?
Yes, I do.
Okay. All right, now let me turn back to the applicant. As I promised you, you would have a chance if you wanted to testify again and present other evidence in response to the evidence that Mr. Lysenko presented. And now is that opportunity. What would you like to do?
I would like to start by saying that this is a free-form testimony, correct?
Well, I need you to say that you want to testify, and then we'll
Yes.
get to it. It's
Yes,
got to
yes.
officially start. So
Yes.
you do want to testify
My name is
again.
Victor Nikolevsky, and I would like to testify again.
Okay,
Very
wait,
brief
just
testimony.
hold on. There's a little bit of a process we have to follow for the record. I'm not trying to be difficult with you. Now that you said you want to testify again, I will allow that, and I will remind you you're still under oath. I'm not going to swear you back in. All the same advisements I've already given you still apply. And now you may begin when you are ready.
Thank you. I would like to testify that I believe that the intervener is unclear of what the responsibilities are of the CPCN holder. I believe that their testimony further proves that they don't see themselves as serving the broader public, but they target concert goers or they target tours, but they don't seem to address the public need that is identified by journalists, politicians, community organizers, and none of these people have been reached out to see if there is a public need. And apparently there is. If community members recognize the need, there is a need. So my case is not that the service that Shuttle, Red Rocks, and Epic Charter, even though I wasn't able to find any way to book Shuttle on their website, I just want to put that out there, as I cannot offer any more exhibits into the testimony. The epic-charter.com website does not offer the opportunity to book a daytime shuttle directly. There is a request a quote button, but I have not seen the direct bookings. It appears that the CPCN, so that's in place of the exhibit. It appears that the CPCN holder understands their responsibility and their protections, but they don't seem to be willing to serve the need of the people. There is currently a demand for daytime shuttle for workers and for recreational visitors to Red Rocks. There is proof in exhibits 103 through 112 of my exhibits that proves the demand for daytime alternative sources of transportation. And I understand that Mr. Lysenko, he mentioned that he is a for-profit business, that he's in the business of making money. I understand that some of these options are less profitable than others. Like a daytime shuttle is definitely going to be less profitable than a nighttime shuttle. But as things stand, there currently isn't a daytime shuttle that is open to the public. And Mr. Lysenko several times said, have they contacted me? Have they reached out? Using those words. Those words are outdated. Visiting somebody's website is contacting the person. Visiting the websites can be seen as a storefront. If you sell a service and you don't have an office, it is your obligation that that service be presented on your website, that that service be accessible and available to the general public, especially if you're a certificate of public convenience and necessity holder. That service needs to be on the website. And I understand that Mr. Lysenko went to a technicality saying that there were no shows on June 23rd, June 30th, and July 7th. Correct. There were no shows, but there were Film on the Rocks, which is an event at Red Rocks. And there was not transportation provided to that event. My case is that there currently is an opening for other companies. The current demand, the current public need is not being met because the service provided by Mr. Lysenko and all of his companies is inadequate. And I'm not saying it's inadequate in its safety. I'm saying it's inadequate in its operations. Part of the adequacy for a business is that said business markets themselves to the community, that said business reaches the community that's beyond just being there. A lot of businesses are there. That doesn't mean they reach their potential. I'm not saying that they're not. Mr. Lysenko can determine their own goals as to their liking. I'm just circling back to the phrase in the decision that says the regulated monopoly doctrine is based on the principle that fewer carriers who can make a reasonable return will give the public safe, efficient, and economical service. The economical part of this is lacking currently. There are no affordable options to get to Red Rocks. The city has acknowledged this. Council members have acknowledged this. Governor was part of these conversations. This is an issue that the whole city is trying to tackle, and we are being held up for a service that Mr. Lysenko does not seem to provide. He says he's ready, willing, and able to provide it, but currently there is no way to book a daytime shuttle with Mr. Lysenko unless you contact them directly. And I don't believe that the public, for a service that serves the public, the barrier of entry should be you going out of your way to find out if a certain service provider provides a service. CPCNs, general utilities companies, all of these certificate holders do not have their services closed behind a request a quote. There's no, if I am on Excel, I am on Excel. I don't need to request a quote and ask if Excel serves my building. There is an electrical box that says this is Excel. So as part of the Public Utilities Commission, as it is tasked to monitor utilities, we consider transportation to be a utility that serves the public. As such, we believe that it is my belief, and I believe this is further solidified by reporting from local journalists, from council members, from community organizers, that there currently isn't an adequate service to reach Red Rocks during the day, and the ones at night are lacking. That is my case. I would like to rest my case, and thank you for your time.
Your Honor, you muted.
Sorry, I keep forgetting I've got this microphone that has a button on it. Mr. Lysenko, do you have any questions for the applicant based on the testimony that he just provided?
Yes, Mr. Dukalevsky just mentioned that the on the dates of June 23, 27, and June 23rd, 30th, and July 7th, the service wasn't provided by the interveners. How do you know that the service wasn't provided outside of the redrockshuttle.com?
I do not.
How do you know? Because you just stated it wasn't provided on those days to the film and rocks.
I just referenced what you said. You said that we did not have service those nights because there was no concert.
No, the redrockshuttle.com didn't have the service.
Correct.
That's the concert transportation.
Correct.
But there are other, again, website services. And my question was, I just want to make it clear for the record, just want to make sure, how do you know that it wasn't provided?
Red Rock Shuttle did not provide service for those evenings.
The concert project. All right. Thank you, Your Honor. That's the only question.
Okay, and I don't have any questions. So I'll go back to you, Mr. Dukalevsky. You get an opportunity to essentially redirect yourself based on the questions that he just asked you. Is there anything else that you would like to add to evidence?
No, thank you for your time.
You rest your case.
I rest my case.
Okay, so with that, the evidentiary portion of our hearing is concluded. I just want to go over with all of you the exhibits that were admitted into evidence so that we are all on the same page. So, and I'm just going to read them in the order that they came into evidence, which numerically might be out of order. So, hearing exhibits 100 through 113 were admitted into evidence. And then hearing exhibits 207, 208, 200, 201, and 203 were admitted into evidence. Does that match what you all have in your notes? I'm going to take that silence to mean yes. Okay, and so at some point during the hearing, Mr. Lysenko asked about closing arguments, whether we should do it verbally or whether they should be in writing. When I established the schedule for this case, I established a September 30th deadline for the parties to file statements of position, which are basically written closing arguments. I basically just want to give you both the option to let me know if you have a preference. I can say, I could use a statement of position or not use it. I don't know that it's going to make a huge difference one way or the other. It's really hard to say unless I've seen them myself, whether they're going to be helpful. But based on the evidence that I've seen here today, I'm not sure that it would make a difference. So it's really up to it's up to you two. If you want to submit those, you can. If you would rather just make a closing argument today, you can as well, or you can skip both those options. So let me start off with the applicant. Do you have a preference?
No preference.
Yes.
What about you, Mr. Lysenko?
Your Honor, I would prefer to go with the closing arguments instead of writing long pleadings.
Just a verbal closing argument?
Just verbal closing right now, yes. It's going to be much easier for everyone. And Mr. Dukalevsky, while his memory is fresh, he can just argue in the effort of his application right now. And
okay. So since the applicant doesn't have a preference, we'll I'll grant your request to just do verbal closing arguments. And I will vacate, that'll be in a written decision, the final written decision, but I'm telling you this right now so you don't have to worry about it. I'll vacate that deadline to file statements of position. And so we can do closing arguments next. I'll just give you a quick highlight of what this is supposed to look like. So your closing arguments are supposed to be your summary of the evidence that that was admitted into the record during our hearing today, and how that evidence, how you win your case and get what you want based upon the evidence that was admitted. You can draw conclusions and inferences based on the evidence. This is the time to do that, as opposed to when you're actually asking questions of witnesses. So this is where you get to make those arguments. I don't want, really long closing arguments. I say, see if you could limit yourselves to about 5 minutes each. If you need more time at that 5-minute point, I'll add a couple more minutes, but I don't really want to go past that. How this typically works, as the party with the burden of proof presents their closing argument first, the other side goes next, and then the party with the burden of proof, as always, gets the last word. And so you'll have an opportunity during that verbal closing at the very end if you need to add anything more after the interveners are done. So let me start with you, Mr. Jokoleski. You can just begin your closing argument when you're ready, and I'll just remind you both, the argument is just the argument. It's not evidence itself. So start whenever you're ready.
Thank you. I would like to state that my argument is that our evidence has proved that there is current unmet demand for morning shuttle services, and that there is current under-met demand for evening shuttle services, as proven by several community organizers, data from transportation services like Uber, and data referenced by the articles, by the journalists themselves, the articles. Red Rocks is currently struggling with its transportation issues. These issues were identified at the beginning of the summer, so well into the season of Red Rocks, these issues still persisted. My argument is that our exhibits and our testimony proves that Mr. Lysenko's service is not sufficiently adequate to serve the public, as noted by the decisions in Yellow Cab versus the Public Utilities Commission and Ethereum Freightways Incorporated versus the Public Utilities decision. The burden of serving the public is also added to the protections of the regulated monopoly. While the shuttle Red Rocks is a regulated monopoly, our evidence has shown that they do not consider themselves to be tasked with serving the broader public, and they've only reserved operations to what they deem to be profitable. While we don't have an issue with that, we have an issue with blocking new companies from entering the market. This causes locals to pay over $100 in Uber fares, to council members, journalists, community advocates, to not even mention the shuttle service, the current public certificate holder, the current utility designated by the Public Utilities Commission as an option to Red Rocks. It's not even considered in their solutions. My argument is that the Red Rock shuttle service has created an environment where the services, their services are safe, but the options to Red Rocks are not safe, are not affordable, and are not economically sound. While their service only operates at 10% occupancy, there are people who drive drunk, there are people who pay hundreds of dollars to get an Uber. And while Mr. Lysenko can say that is because of the convenience that they choose themselves, we do not have those facts in front of us. From what we know, community members, council members, commissioners, even promoters at Red Rocks have identified that the fact that Red Rocks is lacking public transportation options. I would like to note that we believe that our service should not substitute Mr. Lysenko's services. It should be in addition to those services. We in no way would like to interfere with their business. That's why we chose different pickup locations. We decided to rename our company as soon as they filed the intervention. As I said previously, I was not aware of their license. I was aware of RRX shuttles, but we are willing to make amends that will offer some relief for them. But I also believe that the Commission should be concerned with what serves the public, and the Commission should grant us the relief of approving our application for a CPCN in the spirit of what the community has requested and deemed necessary. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. Lysenko, you can begin your closing argument when you're ready.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. I just want to remind that the applicant has burden of proof. That's the rule, commission rule, which is 1500, 723-1-1500. Applicant must prove managerial, financial, operational fitness for the proposed authority. So there has to be documentary evidence for every of this portion. So then applicant must prove that there is a public need specifically for the applicant's service. And myself and Mr. Dukalevsky testified that there is overlap in authority. So when there is overlap in authority comes the applicant must prove that and demonstrate that the existing service provider is substantially inadequate. It's not like better view or one day when there is a vehicle broke down or whatever, substantially. That means not willing, not able, even in the near future, provide this service. I just want to bring up that nothing up to this minute, up to date, in the record indicates any managerial fitness, any financial fitness, any operational fitness. No proof of demand, actual demand for the service. The proof from the printouts from the websites only prove that the applicant can download things from websites. So the weight of the articles in the internet is relatively small. Because even if you're gonna look for cats drive cars, you will find some articles about it. You will find something on every little thing you put in the internet. So there is no reason to believe that there is actual demand for the applicant service. There is no proof in the record that the existing service provider is substantially inadequate. The existing service provider and Roman Lysenko testified that we've got great capacity, that we're willing to add additional vehicles, that we're able to add additional vehicles if we need to, in case if we will get to the limit. We're working, we're serving this market, and we welcome everyone to use our service and to try our service. So there is, at this time, there is no grounds whatsoever on all those 5 things that the applicant must provide. There is no documentary evidence in the record, and the application is deficient, and there is no reason and grounds to issue another CPCN certificate or another authority. And I would move and ask administrative law judge in this matter, dismissal without prejudice will be appropriate.
Okay, thank you. I'll turn back to the applicant. As always, I'm giving you the last word. And if you have anything more to add, it needs to be in response to the closing argument that was just presented.
I have a couple of things, if that's okay. I would like to add that I believe that our evidence has proved operational inadequacy. The intervener mentioned that we did not prove demand. We also have submitted letters of support to the Public Utilities Commission, which were submitted previously with our application. We have submitted several independent studies. We have submitted quotes from community organizers, from journalists, from council members and commissioners, which I don't believe should be equated with articles about cats driving cars. I believe that direct quotes from a Denver City Council member that hosts one of the stops for Mr. Lysenko is a relevant evidence that he seems to acknowledge the need, and that quote is in the record, so I will not need to repeat myself. But I believe that the record is clear. The community does not see Red Rock Shuttle as sufficiently adequate to serve the public needs. Nor do community organizers, nor council members, no journalists. None of these people that we have referenced has even saw them as part of the solution. In fact, they sometimes mentioned them as part of the problem with their expensive transportation options. I do believe that the holder of a public certificate for public convenience and necessity is required to serve the broader public, and as such, that broader public may require more than one transportation provider in such cases where the provider is unwilling or unable to provide daytime shuttle, or the operational. I'll go back to the operational adequacy. Operating at 10% occupancy while while people write articles and try to invent new ways to get to Red Rocks is in and of itself proof that operationally Mr. Lysenko has not been able to reach out to the local community. He seems to focus on the tourists who are willing to pay the higher price, but our focus is to serve the general public. And yes, tourists are part of the general public, but so are locals. If locals cannot get to work, if 7,000 people have to drive or Uber to work, we need another solution. This is our best landmark in the state, one of the most beautiful places in the state. And it is unjust that people who live in Denver have no affordable way to get there.
Okay. Thank you both for
Rest my
your,
case.
sounded like you were done. Okay. All right. Thank you both for your presentations. Before we adjourn our hearing, is there anything else that that I need to address? Okay, I'm going to take
I
the
don't believe
silence
so.
to mean no. I don't have anything on my list of things that we need to talk about. I think we've covered everything. All of the commission's decisions have to be put in writing. And so I can't rule from the bench verbally on that. So I will review the evidence and I will issue a written recommended decision in due course. Be watching for that. The decision will outline what your appeal options are if you disagree with the decision. And I would advise you to read that very carefully to make sure if you do want to appeal, you don't miss a deadline or you don't miss an important requirement. Okay, so with that, we will adjourn our hearing, and I thank you all for being here.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Mr. Lysenko.